Twin Tales Publishing presents Prison Days, Inmates, by Simon King, narrated by Todd Waites. Book 1. Introduction. Welcome to the new series of Inmates, a somewhat sequel to the Prison Days series. Although there will be more chapters of that particular series to come, I wanted to create a new line of books that I hoped would shine a different light on some of the more personal struggles faced by inmates and correctional staff. I know there are tens of thousands of personal stories that can be told, but I wanted to focus on a few specifically because of the diversity of those that are sometimes unfortunate enough to find their way here. Prison life is never easy, despite what some may say. The evidence of this always seated deep in the eyes of those wanting to tell differently. Some of the events you will find in the following pages I heard from the staff that were there long before I ever stepped into a prison. But for all those who knew them before then, and all the officers that have followed me since, their names invoke reactions that vary from sadness, shock, and downright cringing. Let me tell you the tale of a man destined to be little more than a burden on the resources of those tasked with his care, and another whose reputation is known by all that work behind the walls. So, let's begin the tales of the inmates that call maximum security home, for this may very well be the last they'll ever know. John Burns. Although I met John on my very first day as an officer, he had been in and out of jail for the better part of the previous decade. He was only 25 that very first encounter, and I'd heard about him just moments before, as the code mic was called across the radio. "John Burns again," my partner muttered, as we made our way through the gates and corridors that led to a unit not many cared to work in. Macquarie was a unit located in the furthest corner of the prison, mostly hidden behind a row of factories. It contained what you'd call special prisoners, those considered unable to be housed within the general population. But they weren't in the specific unit because of the crimes they committed, such as the pedophiles or rapists, although some of those lived here as well. Macquarie was considered a specialist unit, segregated from the rest of the prison to protect the vulnerable prisoners it held. Most were considered to be far below the IQ level needed to survive general population, some having the mental age of 5-year-old children. This was the unit of John Burns, David Lester, and Robert Reynolds, prisoners that had reputations for draining the resources of any place that housed them, just like so many ID and ABI prisoners that called this place home. ABI stands for Acquired Brain Injury, and included prisoners like Richard Harrison, an ex-bikie that had been beaten with a metal pole so badly that half his skull was missing. He'd wander the exercise yard for hours on end, always wearing a sports helmet, like the ones sometimes worn by boxers to protect their face during sparring. ID prisoners were intellectually disabled, most having been born with severe learning difficulties and mental impairment. We weren't the first to arrive to the code, around a dozen officers already in the unit, half of them standing around an open cell door up on the second tier. There was an officer looking wider than when I had met him an hour or so before. He was hunched over a little, hanging on to the handrail for support, and as I came through the airlock, was sure he was about to let his dinner go. There was a supervisor standing in the cell, and I could make out a male nurse, his trolley sitting back at the foot of the stairs. There were another 2 officers standing beside a stretcher that sat near the medical trolley, and both looked unenthused by the situation. My partner, Chris Upton, slowly climbed the stairs up to the second tier and walked over to the open cell door, peeking in for a few seconds and then smiling down at me. Because there were already a few officers up there, I didn't want to appear nosy, so remained downstairs. Chris returned a few minutes later, shaking his head as he walked towards me. "Did a decent job this time," he whispered to me. "Compared to when?" I asked, unsure of who the prisoner in the cell was, his reputation about to be shared with me. "John Burns is the best slasher I've ever met. You'll see, believe me. Nearly cut his entire calf muscle from the bone up there," he said, pointing at the open cell. I looked back up and watched as the supervisor walked out ahead of one of the biggest prisoners I'd seen to date, which at the time wasn't really that many, but he was huge, not tall, just wide. John Burns stood around 5'10" tall, but weighed in excess of 400 pounds. I was told that he wore size 9XL pants that were made right here in the prison factories. I watched as this giant of a man had to turn sideways to exit his cell, walking on the leg he'd just sliced like someone with barely an injury. The only thing that seemed to be wrong with him was his breath, which came in short, quick bursts, especially once he descended the stairs, 2 officers trying to support him. There was a bandage tied around his lower left leg, and I could see the blood already seeping through. Once he managed to hobble to the bottom of the stairs, John slowly walked to the stretcher and lowered himself onto it as the officers released their hold on his shoulders. The stretcher groaned with fever-pitched apprehension, the wheels appearing to bend as he sat down and lifted his legs up, the nurse helping him slide around as he lay down. There was a loud noise upstairs as someone removed a chair from the cell, and as someone else slammed the steel door shut, I saw a brief flash of the horror movie inside. Blood had sprayed across one wall, looking like a special effect from an 80s slasher movie. I could only imagine just how much blood was on the floor. "Will he have to clean his cell when he gets back?" I asked Chris, and he shook his head. "Nah. They've got blood spill billets who've been trained to clean blood spills. They get paid a little extra for it." I watched as the stretcher was wheeled past me, John looking at me with curiosity. There didn't appear to be any sign of pain on his face, not even uncomfortableness. There was a slight bead of sweat across his brow, but that was about it. He watched me with eyes that looked childlike. "Simon King," he said, just as he wheeled past me, reading my name tag. "Like Stephen." And then the airlock closed and John Burns was wheeled up to the medical wing, the first of his many slashings that I had witnessed firsthand. 44 stitches were what John returned with less than 2 days later. I came back in for a night shift 2 days after that, and when I saw him next, he had reduced the 44 by almost half, ripping them out in order to start the bleeding again. This time, I had a front row seat as my partner Harry and I were the first officers on the scene. John had buzzed the control room, stating that he was bleeding and needed help. They called us to pop our heads in through the trap and take a peek at how bad the bleeding was, as he had a substantial history of codes. I had the trap key on my chain, and Harry had ushered me before him, John's cell now on the bottom tier due to his injury. It made it easier for him to enter it considering his self-inflicted wound, and I remember the sound of silence from within as I unlocked the trap. He was lying face up on his bunk, a huge grin matching his naked belly that was blocking out most of the width of his bed. The leg with the stitches was hanging off the edge, and there was a significant pool of blood beneath it. The stench that started blowing through the trap was unrelenting, my nostrils instantly reacting to the rancid stink I had to endure. It was a mixture of piss, shit, armpits, and a hint of blood. There was also some rotting fruit on his desk, and I could see flies crawling over it. "John, what have you been up to?" I asked, and he held up something in his fingers. I squinted to see, then realized it was a thread from the stitches he'd pulled out. The gash on his calf was open, and I could see the yellow fat cells poking out. Harry peeked over my shoulder and called the code. And that was exactly the reason John had pulled his stitches out. It was for the attention he received when a code was called. All eyes focused on him and no one else. He was a 400-pound child that sat in a lonely prison cell with nothing to occupy his mind. He couldn't read. Television only kept his focus in short bursts, and he had little interest in any sort of art form. So, when he wasn't trying to wind up other prisoners through his cell door after lockdown, John had nothing to do but sleep or hurt himself. Other officers soon began to enter the unit, and once the supervisor arrived, I cracked the cell door open, the Supe entering his cell to speak with the man of the moment. "What's happening, John?" he asked, trying to sound annoyed. John looked up at him with that same grin and held his blood-stained fingers out, waving the thin thread from side to side. "It began to bleed," he said, smiling. "Yeah?" the Supe asked. "I fucking wonder why," he said, turning and walking back out, shaking his head. "Fucking lug," he muttered under his breath as he passed me. The nurses arrived shortly after, and it didn't take them long to request John to be taken up to the medical wing. The Supe looked at Harry and I and asked us to accompany the nurses back. We took possession of the stretcher brought down by a couple of other officers and wheeled it to John's cell. We waited as he slowly put his feet on the floor, sat on the edge of the bed for a moment, then lifted his weight up before half falling towards us to get his body into motion. The panting began after the first few steps, and I wondered just how he managed not to suffocate himself while he slept. An officer helped us wheel the stretcher into the airlock before holding the outer door open for us. Harry and I followed the nurses, me pulling the stretcher while Harry did his best to steer us. It wasn't easy, especially once we reached an incline, but perseverance paid off and we found ourselves in the medical wing within a few minutes. The nurses asked us to take him to one of the assessment rooms, and we waited patiently for them to join us. The whole time during our wait, John just lay there, staring at each of us in turn. "You all good?" I asked him, and he grinned his childlike smile at me. "Yes, I am, Mr. King. Written any books lately?" He laughed at his joke, looking at Harry for a reaction, but got none. "You read, John?" I asked, and he shook his head. "Watched a couple of shows once. Something about a clown that ate kids." He stared off into the corner of the room as he tried to recall the name of it. "Pennywise the Dancing Clown?" I asked, and his face lit up in recognition. "You seen it too?" he asked. "Yes, but I read the books as well." "The one written by your dad?" he asked, staring at my name tag. "That's right, John. See, you can read. You should find some books." He stared past me again, as if considering this proposition. One of the nurses came into the room then and began to inspect the wound. She took out some wipes, dipped it in some clear solution, and began to clean carefully around the sides of the gash. "I'm going to clean this up for you, and then you'll have to go to hospital, John. You understand?" His face seemed to light up as if she'd just announced Christmas morning, the ride in the ambulance clearly at the forefront of his mind. "Will they put the sirens on?" he asked excitedly. "You're not going in by ambulance. One of the officers will take you," she said, and the change in his demeanor was instant. "But I have to go by ambulance. I have chest pains as well," he began, but the nurse stopped him by holding her hand up to him. "You don't have chest pains, John. You have a cut on your leg that needs stitching. That is all." He seemed to try and sink deeper into his bed as she spoke, the nurse sounding as if addressing an army platoon. The smile disappeared, and John looked genuinely disappointed by this new revelation. I looked at Harry and he simply rolled his eyes, then walked over to one of the chairs and sat. Ever seen a child that had just been scolded for putting his hand in the cookie jar without permission? That was John, now lying on the hospital stretcher, sulking. The nurse bent down and began to redress the wound, winding the bandage around and around as John stared up at the ceiling. Another officer came in, carrying a folder and a bag, the bag containing various irons. Every prisoner venturing outside the walls is required to wear appropriate restraints. In John's case, he'll be slipped into some handcuffs as well as leg shackles that will prevent him from running away. As ridiculous as it sounds, despite his leg injury and unable to walk more than 50 yards without collapsing from exhaustion, he is still required to wear the shackles. John and his escort are ready to leave within minutes, and we all walk out together, ensuring John is secured inside the vehicle before watching it pull out from the small compound. Harry mutters something under his breath as we finally resume our regular evening duties. Prison life continued for John the same as it had every other time he'd been in. The self-harming would continue for weeks and months at a time, the injuries ranging from superficial to severe. I still remember my first shift in Macquarie, an experience hard to put into words. The unit had a layout that mirrored most of the other units, 2 tiers with cells circling the unit on 3 sides. All of the cells in this unit were singles, due to the varying degrees of disability. There were also a number of normal functioning prisoners, and these were known as stabilizers, prisoners that would step in and attempt to diffuse situations as they arose. These stabilizers lived, worked, ate, and played in the unit, existing amongst the population as much as possible. They befriended the more unstable prisoners while getting to know everyone else. One of these stabilizers, Rick Morris, had been a chef on the outside, and he loved the chance to utilize his skills while mentoring a few of the boys in Macquarie. He would conduct regular cooking classes, teaching basic kitchen skills to the ones interested in learning. As you can imagine, John Burns was a major fan, and the first to put his hand up whenever the question was asked as to who wanted in to the next session. It was during my first ever shift in Macquarie that Rick held a cooking class. The unit had just been unlocked moments before, and crooks began to shuffle out of their cells, some moving with the grace of a bear after a 6-month slumber. "Making cakes today, boys," one prisoner started calling out, and what followed was a crash and a bang behind me that turned out to be John Burns smashing through his door and almost running towards the kitchen, one hand held up high above his head. "Can I help?" he was calling out, and the officers that stood around me began to chuckle under their breath. Although I tried not to get emotionally involved, it was sad to see and hear. "Likes his cakes?" I asked, and one of the other officers began to mimic eating great handfuls of food. "Has anyone tried to show him how to do something else? Like drawing or reading or something?" "Like who? You want to get down there with them?" a female officer said, and I could tell by her tone that she wasn't one to get on the friendly side of prisoners. "I'm just saying, might be better than focusing on food all the time." "Not that guy," she said. "He knows how to eat, and that's about it." Just as she turned back to the desk, a commotion began to ring out from the kitchen, loud voices and the banging of metal. "Guys!" I heard Rick Morris yell, and I followed as another officer ran to the open door. It looked as if John and another prisoner were having a disagreement, and it appeared as though they were sorting it out by hitting each other with the lids from metal serving trays. John swung his over his head and tried to smash it on top of the smaller prisoner's head, who held an arm up at the last minute, deflecting the blow into the fridge. He swung his sideways at John's head and connected with his ear, the crash ringing so loud in my own ear that it made my head spin for a second. A faint trickle of blood began to run down the side of John's face as he tried to swing his tray again, but Rick managed to stand in between the pair, ripping the tray from John's fingers. I didn't hear Barb call the code Foxtrot during the commotion, but as we led the crooks out from the kitchen and separated them, officers began to enter through the airlock. We escorted each prisoner back to their cell and waited for the supervisor to arrive. Once he did, we were asked to lock both inmates down for the remainder of the day as punishment for the fight. Although they both tried to protest, it fell on deaf ears and we eventually closed the cell doors, returning to the station to write our reports. There was another code Foxtrot less than an hour later, as two crooks began to fight over the unit television remote. One was in the middle of playing the Wii console, something he'd been doing for the previous 15 or so minutes. Another prisoner decided to watch TV on the other one, located around 20 feet from the first. We saw the smirk on his face as he began to turn the television volume up so that the first crook could no longer hear his game. We asked him to turn it down, and although he did, increased the volume again as soon as we turned our backs. They both began to call out insults towards each other, and when the Wii remote finally went sailing at the other prisoner's face, we had to jump in a second time as they tried to close in on each other. But with one crook suffering from cerebral palsy and the other only having one leg, the speed with which they moved wasn't going to win any races. We managed to intervene before a second code was needed and asked both prisoners to take some time out. McQuarrie, as I found out quite quickly, was notorious for code Foxtrots and timeouts. It was just the way it was, the clientele apt to dealing with issues in a more confrontational manner as opposed to a diplomatic one. I returned to the unit a few weeks later, rostered there for a single shift. Once we'd unlocked all the doors, John slowly shuffled from his cell, instantly recognizing me. "Hey, it's Stephen King's son," he yelled, and other crooks turned to see where he was pointing. "Will you have coffee with us later?" This sort of question would be met with all sorts of retaliatory reactions if asked in any other unit in the prison. Crooks would never ask an officer to sit down for a chat over coffee. They wouldn't even shake your hand. The offending prisoner would be an instant target with assumptions of lagging or squealing to staff. But this didn't happen in McQuarrie. Officers would often sit with prisoners, simply to catch up on gossip or talk sports and stuff. It was actually condoned, as it gave officers more chance to talk prisoners down from heightened bouts of excitement, such as fights and arguments. "Sure, sounds good," I replied to John, giving him a thumbs up. He returned it, then slowly made his way to the toasters. He approached me again about an hour later, asking if I was ready for the cuppa. I nodded and went to the kettle, making myself one while he went to his cell to make his own. By the time I returned, there was a table with half a dozen crooks sitting at it, John included. They all greeted me with a smile and a wave, then waited for John to start the conversation. To be honest, it felt strange. Very strange. It went against everything I had ever been told in other units. The prison is an environment that puts the whole us and them scenario really into focus, because it really is us and them. Officers have their own rules about prisoner interactions, some written and some unwritten. Prisoners have mostly unwritten rules, but all of them come with dire consequences if broken, with some resulting in loss of employment, injury, or even death. Now, sitting here, surrounded by prisoners who wanted a conversation over a cup of hot drink, took things to a whole new level. But the other officers had told me that this is how things worked here in McQuarrie, and if I was going to be spending time here, needed to adapt. I could see more prisoners standing above us, watching from the second tier as they leant over the railing. There were so many eyes on us that I started feeling like an actor on stage. But you could see the genuine interest in their eyes, people who just wanted to know things about me. John began asking me what footy team I followed, and after giving me the appropriate ribbing, asked about hobbies. While I didn't mind answering most of the questions that were asked of me, there were some that I deflected, choosing not to answer. Questions about my family, children, and home life I considered out of bounds, so would subtly redirect their attention to something else. When the conversation reached video games, several more prisoners joined in and, for most, provided an element of commonality, a pastime enjoyed by most. Not only did that session truly open my eyes to the possibilities, but I actually enjoyed listening to them, hearing their own stories that landed them in jail. I discovered that John had no siblings, his father having walked out when he was still a baby. His mother struggled to look after him, having medical issues herself. She'd try and visit him as often as she could, but John said that sometimes he wouldn't see her for months at a time. He told me that he'd been in and out of jail most of his life, climbing the ladder from juvenile detention to adult jail when he was just 18. He'd had countless convictions for theft and assault, but for the most part, it was plain old parole violation. His latest act was making bomb threats to schools, landing him back in Macquarie within days of his previous release. And, as sad as it sounds, that was the reality of John's life. Why did he constantly return to jail? Why did he go out of his way to fuck up and get thrown back in? Like so many of John's accomplices, and I don't just mean those in Macquarie, but crooks all over the prison, this was their life. Consider your own life for a moment, thinking about everything you do on a daily basis. You purchased this book, and that means you have money. If you are like most, then you made that money by working, receiving your pay packet either weekly, fortnightly, or monthly. You know, either consciously or subconsciously, that your pay packet will be divided into several important allocations, such as rent, car payment, food, mortgage, electricity, gas, internet, and so on. The stresses that are associated with those responsibilities is something not everyone wants to deal with. Next, consider your social circle, such as your family, friends, relatives, work colleagues, acquaintances. Within your circle of people, you are someone, either a father, a brother, a husband, wife, daughter, sister, best friend. Now, consider being taken away from everything and put into a jail cell, told when to eat, when to sleep, who to interact with, your freedom taken, and replaced with a list of do's and don'ts. For most of us, this would amount to a living hell, the anxiety alone probably crippling us within days. And I've seen this anxiety many times on the faces of new prisoners. But for some, a lot more than you think, there simply is no anxiety, panic, or grief. For some, it's like returning from a month-long holiday and seeing friends and family again. This is their life, and these people are their family. They accept prison as their home, knowing that in here, there is no stress about being able to afford rent, able to buy the next meal, paying for the lights to remain on. In this place, everything they could possibly need is taken care of for them. They're fed 3 times a day, have clothing provided. The lights are always on for them. It's warm in winter and cool in summer. There's plenty of activities, including movie channels, gym equipment, arts and craft supplies. Their friends are here, who for many are considered family, having lived with them for long stretches at a time. When you consider someone like John, you begin to realize that on the outside, he is a burden on himself and everyone around him, having never held a job in his life. But in here, he's John Burns, who loves attention, and knows exactly how to get it. It was several weeks later that John was once again released from jail. He was picked up from the front of the prison by a social worker who drove him home, releasing John into his mother's care and ensuring he was settled. 3 days later, John's mother passed away from a heart attack, leaving the 29-year-old alone with no other family. He attended her funeral, and mere hours after she had been cremated, walked into a liquor shop, carrying a knife and demanding cash. John didn't resist as he waited for the police to arrive, the liquor shop owner telling them that the man with the knife was asking for hugs. That was one of John's more common requests, although not one ever filled by me. It didn't take long for the system to process him back in and, within a matter of days, return to Macquarie to a rock star's welcome, complete with high fives, cheers, and fist bumps. As I said, in here, he was somebody. I remember the day he returned because I was rostered in the admissions building and was given the honor of strip searching him. John, now weighing 460 pounds, a fact he proudly shared with me while handing over his pants. I offered to escort him back to Macquarie, and it was during the walk to the unit that he shared the news about his mother with me. I gave him my condolences, and once back in the unit, showed him to his cell as other prisoners excitedly surrounded him. I could see the happiness on his face, the smile huge and wide, as he excitedly bumped fists with as many people as he could before the unit officers locked him down for the night. He was quiet that first night, sleeping like a baby as he resettled back into prison life. But the monotony of his existence soon came back, and before long, John returned to his old ways, craving the attention he wasn't receiving in the unit. I remember one particular night when Control called a code mic, and once my offsider and I arrived at the unit, found John sitting on his bunk with a bloodied forearm. I asked to see the wound, to ascertain the seriousness of it, and I saw the end of a plastic spoon jutting out. Once the nurses were in his cell, and conducting their assessment, they discovered that he'd pushed the handle of the plastic spoon into the muscle, the blood dripping in a steady rhythm. He was returned to the unit several hours and a hospital visit later, 14 stitches added to the 12 he already had in the same arm. I was on my second night shift the following evening when yet another call came through. My partner and I the first on the scene again. There he was, sitting on his bunk, wearing the same childlike grin as his arm bled out, the stitches pulled free as he asked to see the nurses. If he felt pain, he never let on, simply smiling as medical staff worked on his wounds. The scars that crisscrossed his arms and legs were too numerous to count, most intertwined like vines from a tree. The only hint of uncomfortableness was the sweat that hung about his brow and the breath that wheezed in and out of him at the first sign of physical exertion. There was a stretch of around 4 months in early 2019 when codes were called on John no less than 35 times. Sometimes they would be called twice in a day, depending on his mental state. Another prisoner, called David Lester, had returned, and John saw David as direct competition when it came to attention, each vying for the top dog spot in Macquarie. The pair would trade insults and punches on an almost daily basis, officers struggling to contain them. If they agreed to remain away from each other, self-harming became their weapon of choice, both slashing up repeatedly. Their injury list would grow by the day, and the fresh scars would simply be added to the older ones. But then John reached the end of his current sentence and was due to be transferred into a new facility, one purpose-built for a man of his stature and intellect. The new facility would provide John with active employment, 24-hour supervision, and his own domestic amenities, including a one-bedroom apartment. He transferred out from our prison on the 14th of April, his face a mixture of sadness and delight. What he really loved was the attention he was receiving as people wished him good luck, all the prisoners lining up to shake his hand. But there was a distant look in his eye that you knew to be the fear of leaving behind all he knew. John Burns died of a heart attack on the 22nd of June, 2019, aged just 33. His weight was 529 pounds, according to the final report, weighing close to 1/4 metric ton. He was cremated without fanfare, nor any family to wish him goodbye. The life he led was one that could be considered a complete waste, having achieved very little in all his years. For me, I was saddened when I heard of his passing, a man trapped in the surroundings that were handed to him. With very little options open to him, he made prison his world, a place he felt he truly belonged, a home that was filled with the only real family he ever knew. The unit was told about his passing the following day, and although I wasn't there, was told that a quietness washed over the prisoners, most sitting in stunned silence. Chris baked John's favorite cake, and the crooks ate it after their dinner that evening. Toby Manning. When it came to codes, if John Burns was a flamethrower, then Toby Manning was a blazing bushfire, the man capable of locking down a prison within minutes and sending officers running in all directions. He was, has, and always will be one of the most difficult and sickening prisoners that one can deal with. Just as John Burns had been in jail since an early age, so too had Toby. But while John used his own pain and suffering to garner attention by slicing and dicing his own body to pieces, Toby Manning did it with much more imagination. The annual bill to hold him in our facility, including ambulances, specialists, and extra resources, is rumored to be as much as 7 figures. Codes called on him daily, and not just once. I've worked shifts where codes would be called on him on an hourly basis. Toby was another Macquarie regular, requiring 24/7 attention to keep him occupied. Television was completely beyond him, unable to focus on the screen due to an involuntary neck spasm that he'd had since a young age. His attention span lasted about as long as a rabid dog in a butcher shop, the only way to settle him being with bribes and conversation. The first time I met Toby was during the early stages of a night shift, the peak time for prisoners like him. The reason crooks like him and John Burns always fired up in the early stages of a night shift was because they seemed incapable of winding down after a day of happenings. Macquarie would run extensive activities most days, designed to keep the bulk of the unit's population engaged and occupied. But an hour after lockdown, most of them would be standing in their cells, staring blankly at a wall and wondering why they were all alone. The unit mentors might try and stabilize them from their own cells, but being an unmanned unit during the night had very limited impact from their vantage point. And so, the codes would start, often with another crook in an adjoining cell, buzzing the control room to alert them to some sort of disruption they could hear. On the night I met Toby for the first time, I was in charge of Macquarie as part of my duties, and were in an adjoining unit when the call came through. It wasn't a code, just control calling for us to investigate something another crook had buzzed up about. We were to phone them when in the unit to ascertain the details. As my partner Sean and I entered Macquarie, several crooks were already yelling at whatever was causing the issue. I phoned control and was told that a crook had buzzed up, saying someone wouldn't stop banging on his door. They gave me the cell number, and Sean and I headed over to speak with the informant. There was a banging coming from an adjoining cell, and it didn't take much thought process to know who it was coming from. The name on the banging door read Toby Manning, and I heard Sean mutter something under his breath. As I dropped the trap, I had a split second of clarity while my brain processed the words he just said. The stink was instant, burning my nostrils as the raw stench of shit slammed into my face. It was like sticking your head in a toilet bowl while someone else was dropping their turds in. As disgusting as it sounds, that moment is one burnt into the furthest recesses of my mind because of that. I gagged as a smiling crook was waving at me from within his cell. I thought he had a tanned complexion upon my initial glance, but quickly realized that the tan wasn't a result from sunbathing. He'd rubbed shit over his entire body, the way a sunbather would coat themselves in coconut oil. He stood totally naked in the middle of his cell and just smiled at me. I recoiled so fast that I backed into Sean, almost tripping over him while Toby laughed. It felt like the smell had someone coated the inside of my nasal passages, because it felt that no matter how far from the open trap I stepped, the smell continued to sting my sinuses. I returned to the officer's station to call control, while Sean called the supervisor over his radio. As control picked up their phone, I could hear laughter, and at first thought they'd been watching something on television or had someone tell a joke. "Oh, fuck, man. You should have seen how fast you tripped over yourself to get away from him," the control room officer managed to wheeze out between chortles of laughter, and I suddenly clued on, looking up at the unit camera and flicking it the finger. This sent the control room into more fits of laughter, and I slammed the phone down, a grin breaking across my face as I realized how I must have looked. But when I looked back at the trap, the grin disappeared just as fast as it had arrived, reminding myself that this wasn't over with. The supervisor arrived shortly after and began speaking with Toby through the trap. Although I could see him struggle against the stench, I was mightily impressed at his ability to remain composed, eventually convincing Toby to hop in the shower and clean himself off. When it came to convincing crooks like Toby to comply, there were really only 3 weapons we had to choose from that repeatedly worked without fail. You just had to see which one would be accepted at that particular moment. The first was also the simplest, a brew of some sort. Whether it was coffee, tea, or hot chocolate, these could always be counted on to serve their purpose with very little effort. But you also had to remain vigilant as to when said brew was finished, returning the cell to retrieve the cup. It wasn't unusual for crooks to use the cups as urine holders, which became flying piss bombs once needed. The second was a change in scenery, moving the prisoner to a different cell or another unit entirely. The subsequent cell might be within a management unit, or one manned at the very least. It might also be an observation cell, so as to allow officers to keep an eye on said prisoner. The third method, and my least favorite by far, is the offer of some sort of bribe, enticements that have been predetermined by so-called specialists that work directly with these prisoners. These specialists include specialist officers, psychologists, counselors, and medical staff that visit Macquarie to engage in their activities, sometimes on a daily basis. The supervisor had managed to talk Toby into the shower by offering him to be temporarily relocated to the holding cell within the reception building. It was where his own office was located, as well as the staff room, where the bulk of the night shift officers would hang out once their duties were completed. It was definitely not a first-choice kind of scenario, given Toby's history of bronzing up and spending hours banging on his door. But, with limited options, the soup managed to talk him into the shower, and before long he appeared clean again. I cuffed his hands through the trap once we ensured he'd washed himself properly, then proceeded to walk him up to his new lodgings. We passed several other officers along the way, and all of them sighed as they realized his intended destination. It turned into a rather long night, as each of us took turns answering Toby's continual tapping. It was around 2 a.m. when the soup finally interjected and gave Toby an ultimatum. "Shut the fuck up, or you'll go back to Macquarie," was what he hissed through the trap. He froze in a temporary stare-off with the crook, and then slammed the trap closed again. By 2:30, the faint tapping had resumed, Toby wanting another brew. And that's how that first night went, my initial introduction into the world of Toby Manning. It was a frustrating waste of time, effort, and resources. But, as officers, we have very little say in who is sent for us to watch. Bronzing up wasn't the only habit that Toby would grace our shifts with. Some of his others almost as bad. He was one of the smaller crooks in Macquarie, and thus a lot more vulnerable to being stood over. Part of that standing over included sexual favors. Toby would often do the rounds in Macquarie, performing oral sex on the prisoners that accepted, them paying with snacks and drinks. It wasn't unusual for him to offer other sex acts and then subsequently try and have the other party charged with rape. Part of his repertoire was inserting things into his rectum to cause bleeding and then accuse another prisoner of anally raping him, causing the injuries. He would also insert things into his rectum to cause bleeding in order for officers to call a code for him. This would ensure he received the attention he craved, both officers and medical staff forced to attend to him while he sat on his bunk gloating. There have been many occasions where I've worked a manned unit for a night shift, only to find Toby as a temporary resident and him buzz me up to tell me his butt was bleeding. But unlike inexperienced staff who would often call codes at prisoners' requests, those with a few years behind them would go to his trap and look at the evidence. It wouldn't be unusual to find Toby with a piece of hand towel that he dabbed his butthole with, lightly smeared with dots of blood. Toby became so used to being told that it wasn't severe enough to warrant a code that he would ask the question himself. "Boss, I'm bleeding. Is it bad?" he would ask, the pen he'd used to open a wound still in his hand. "No, Toby. How about a hot drink before bed?" would be my response, deflecting his attention. And for the most part it worked, speaking to him without attitude or ill manner. There's a saying I firmly believe in and have adapted it for use in situations like this. You catch more flies with honey. Yelling at him is more likely to wind him up, creating more work for me when dealing with the consequences. I don't mind making him a cup of tea if it shuts him up for the night. I know some officers refuse to make cuppas, often telling him and crooks like him to shut the fuck up, then acting all surprised when the prisoner begins banging up for hours on end. It was during a night shift in Murray North that I got to experience a different side to Toby, a side I had never thought about in all the interactions I'd had with him. When dealing with someone so painful, it's difficult to see past their acts of insolence and disruption, often the name alone invoking deep repulsion long before ever setting eyes on them. When I had begun my shift and saw his name on the muster, immediate dread arose in me as I foresaw a night of endless buzzing, tapping, and general fucking around. But once the day staff had left and I settled into my own nightly routine, the night began a lot quieter than I was expecting. I remember going through my emails and shooting glances over my shoulder at the console every few minutes. It was the buzzing I was waiting for. His first tap on my shoulder to ascertain that night's on-duty victim. But the intercom had remained silent, just as his cell did, one of the closest to the station. At times, I wanted to stick my head in through the trap, just to ensure he was still alive. But I refrained, not wanting to poke the sleeping bear. By 4 o'clock the following morning, the first buzz-up lighting the console. It was Toby, and I froze when I saw his cell number flash up. My heart caught in my throat as I wondered whether he would finally unleash what he'd normally release through the evening. "Who's that?" he asked as I answered his call. "It's Simon," I replied and waited. But it wasn't anything painful that came through. Instead, something I wasn't expecting. "Can I show you my photos?" he asked, and my curiosity was awoken a little. When I opened his trap, he was standing just inside, holding a small photo album in his hands. "Wanna see my photos?" he asked again, and I nodded. "Sure, I'll have a look." "What's in the photos?" I asked. "My family," he replied with a proud smile. He held the album up and began to slowly flip through the pages. I pulled out my torch to make the photos a bit easier to see, and I watched as he shared his family pics with me. There was one of him hugging his mom, another with his brother and sister. Some of them looked to have been taken at a family gathering, a backyard filled with people all sitting around and talking. I could see Toby's excitement at sharing something personal with me, and I saw a side of him that I'd never spared a second thought for. He wasn't just the most painful prisoner that existed in our world. He wasn't just a mentally challenged crook that bronzed up every few days, threw cups of piss at other crooks and staff, or the bloke that would swallow things in order to be taken to hospital via ambulance. He was a person. A 30-year-old man that had a life, a family, and friends that loved him. He even had a pet dog that was probably awaiting his return. Rusty was what Toby told me his name was, a small brown mongrel-looking thing. It was at that point that I began to see him as more than just another prisoner, one of the many that I was tasked with looking after. It was a single line that I remember reading, back during the time when an advertisement caught my initial interest in becoming an officer. To provide a duty of care without prejudice was one of the requirements needed. Now, standing at that trap and looking into the face of Toby Manning, I understood what that line really stood for. Like John Burns, Toby was a victim of circumstances, a kid who fell into the system and would never leave. He might be discharged here and there, maybe spend time on the outside with those who care about him, but those people would be limited in their ability to control him. His own mental challenge wouldn't allow him to function the way society required him to, denying him the notoriety and attention he so desperately needed, and so he'd return. Whether a week, a month, or even a year, there'd be no escaping from this place for him. For in here, Toby Manning is someone. He's the biggest pain in the arse, known by every officer that works here. He's part of the main population of Macquarie, the group of crooks that are regulars, always returning to the unit despite being let out. For in here, they are somebody that's taken care of and fed and given a warm place to sleep. In here is where they call home. Toby Manning remains in Macquarie to this day. The codes called on him with regular clarity. I'm writing this part of the story while working in Murray South, and there have already been 4 codes called on Toby in the last 2 hours. He's currently housed in the observation cell in Macquarie, and it would seem that he's worked out a surefire way of having a code called on him. A friend of mine attended the first and second code and described to me what had happened. Toby had torn pieces of cloth from his t-shirt and tied them around his neck. Once he knew that they were secure, he'd buzzed control, telling them that he tied something around his neck and couldn't breathe. Then, knowing officers would be watching through the camera, he lay down on his bunk and remained perfectly still. To close the deal and ensure he had a code called, he refused to answer the control room officers who buzzed his cell, asking if he was okay. They had no choice but to call a code and have all the required staff attend to his cell. My friend told me that apparently the supervisor had talked Toby down and made him promise to settle. He'd asked him whether he would watch some TV, the observation cell having one behind safety glass, and Toby had nodded, agreeing to go to sleep if he could have the TV on. The Sup had relayed the request to the two staff responsible for the unit, and they waited until the nursing staff had exited the cell before flicking the TV on. But just as they were about to leave the unit and continue their nightly duties, Toby had tapped on the door, asking for a channel change. The officers, both fairly new and inexperienced, quickly learned the error of their ways as one of them handed the remote through the trap. Without knowing the true capabilities of the crook they were dealing with, they had neglected to ascertain whether the handing of a remote control through the trap would be wise, the answer being a big, fat no. And so they had given it to him, Toby taking it gleefully and promptly removing the battery cover with a cheesy grin. As the inexperienced officers watched, Toby pulled the batteries out, popped them into his mouth, and swallowed, even opening his mouth and swirling his tongue around as if presenting himself after taking medication. The horrified officers called a code, the voice I heard sounding frantic with shock. Once the medics arrived, they calmed the code callers by telling them it's not the first time he'd swallowed batteries. They would in all likelihood pass through his system without too much trouble, but the nurses would send him to hospital as a precaution. Or, in other words, to cover their arse. Although other officers gave them a thorough ribbing, it's an almost certainty that they learnt their lesson when it came to handing shit through traps. They would have been required to write the reports and email them through to the Sup, another acknowledgement of a screw-up. But, like all screw-ups in life, there are lessons to be learned from them. This just one of the many they'll learn in the weeks and months to come. But where they may have a choice on whether to return with each shift, prisoners like Toby don't. The choice of their future made by those that look at the cost of where to house them. For now, he'll remain here within these walls, or maybe just outside them, as he gets to ride in the ambulance. And as I settle down to continue my writings, I think back to that morning with the photographs, trying to forget the bronzed-up serial pest that lives inside him. Book 2. Introduction. When I sit and think about the prisoners that I've had dealings with over the years, there are quite a few of them that come to mind. Some for their continual persistence of attention-seeking, like John Burns and Toby Manning, the subjects of Book 1 in the series. Others spring to mind because of the stories they've shared with me, their crimes a direct result of a brain snap or simply a crime of opportunity. But when it comes to the darkest depravity of the human soul, and I'm not talking about their crimes, none spring to mind as quickly as Robert Coleman. His day-to-day activities leave me cringing in disbelief, a man with no moral compass to guide him. His name was the very first on my list of possibles when first mapping out this new series because of his unbelievable antics that have left a permanent scar on my memories. The second story I want to share this time is Cooper Shelley, a man who hides behind the fake persona of a simpleton. His daily activities will leave you scratching your head as I recall a number of interactions I was unfortunate enough to endure. These are the stories of the men that make up the population of maximum security. They aren't always the massive, muscle-bound pushers you see on TV or the drug addicts that you imagine fill the units. Sometimes, the stories differ enough for you to sit up and take notice, and those are the ones I want to share with you. The ones that differ from the norm with their own unique twist of interest. Although not as long as some of my previous work, my aim is to share but a brief glimpse into their world. A momentary glance, if you like. So, you can experience what life is like with the names that make up the muster sheets we tick off daily. So, let me introduce you to two more names that I know you won't easily forget. Names that will forever be burnt into my memory. Robert Coleman. Of all the prisoners I've encountered, most can be categorized into three columns. Not all, but most. On one side, you have those wanting to do their time with as little interruption as possible. They will abide by most rules that are thrust upon them, rarely straying too far from the path. Their days are filled with the activities on offer, and will often spend the bulk of their time within the confines of their cell. Interaction with other inmates is limited to those that are within immediate distance, those crooks that share the unit they're housed in. They may stray into the second category at times, but don't tend to stay there for long. The second category is those prisoners that tend to bore easily. They will most likely not be first-timers, maybe having already served multiple sentences. They require something more substantial than TV or a good book to occupy their day. They're more likely to bait officers, looking for a reaction of some sort. Most of their day is taken up by spending time with their buddies, either working out on the gym equipment, engaging in unit activities like pool or table tennis, or standing on the top tier and watching over everyone else. They also tend to be a lot more confrontational when asked to do something, testing their boundaries and the officers trying to enforce them. The third category is those prisoners that crave attention. Not just crave it, but desperately need it like a drug addict chasing their next fix. They have a voracious appetite for causing as much upheaval as possible, often at the expense of other unit occupants, staff, and specialists alike. From bronzing up, to slashing up, to flooding up, nothing is beyond them. And then you have Robert Coleman, a prisoner who is in a category all by himself. This guy is something I had never encountered before nor since, his antics taking things to a new level. A skinny, wiry man in his late 60s who resides in protection units at whichever prison he's classified to. I first met him in admissions in the summer of 2013 when he arrived from another prison. I was working in admissions on this particular day, and a bus turned up from one of the dedicated protection prisons. There was a number of prisoners on board, and once we had them isolated in a holding cell, began to process them. I was conducting strip searches at the time, and had worked my way through the crooks with an offsider. An older-looking man was taken from the holding cell by my partner and escorted to the stripping area. The stripping area looks like a clothing store fitting room, with half a dozen cubicles covered by a curtain running alongside a narrow corridor. There was really nothing special about him, the prisoner following all my instructions silently and diligently. Once he was finished, and he'd redressed himself, we walked him over to the property counter. His tubs of possessions needed to be processed before he was taken to his allocated unit. One of the officers that had been processing property was needed elsewhere, and I stepped in to help, The smell from the tub as I first cracked it open nearly dropped me. A mixture of rotten socks, dirty underwear, and urine singed my sinuses as Robert stood before me, a vacant expression on his face. "You don't like washing your clothes?" I asked, as I began to separate the belongings he could take with him from those he couldn't. "I'll sue you for talking to me like that," he replied, closing his eyes and looking away. "Sue me? How about I sue you for stinking up the place with dirty socks and jocks?" I said. "I'll call my lawyer, and he'll bring me a bucket of chicken and then sue you for $100,000. As well as talking with an American accent, he sounded serious, and I knew I couldn't mess with someone who had a lawyer that brought chicken. "Okay, Robert," I said, the man clearly on another planet. His tub contained several pieces of underwear, a few food items, and some pencils. He had a Bible which is issued to all the prisoners, depending on religious beliefs, as well as a couple of newspapers. There was also a backpack in the tub, and I pulled it out to inspect. "That's not mine," he said, as he saw it emerge from the tub. "This isn't yours? But it came out of your tub." "It's not mine. My lawyer asked me to hold it for him." The other officers were snickering, Robert paying no attention to any of them. "Okay, well, let's see what your lawyer has you watching for him," I said, as I opened the first of 3 zippers. There was a black dildo, about 9 to 10 inches long, staring at me on top. I thanked the Lord for rubber gloves as I pulled it out from the bag. There was a penis pump, a cock ring, and several tubes of lube. "Wow, your lawyer sure has a lot of toys he needs you to watch," my offsider said, and Robert just closed his eyes, turning his head away again. I also discovered a pouch which contained several syringes, the needle caps removed. We disposed of the syringes, placing them into a sharps container. Needle stick injuries are a very real threat, with several officers suffering them each year. The 3-month wait after being tested for diseases is horrendous, according to those who've been through it. But I should probably tell you something else about Robert Coleman that makes the exposed needles so much more frightening. I had been warned about him even before his transport bus had arrived at the prison. Warned to be careful of him because Robert not only liked to spit at officers, throw piss and shit at officers, but also had HIV, Hep C, and several other highly contagious diseases. He was the kind of prisoner you only ever handled while donning rubber gloves and remain at full alert the entire duration of any interaction. There's an unwritten rule when dealing with any prisoner. Assume they all have HIV. Due to privacy laws, a prisoner's disease status isn't something shared with officers, so we never know when someone is infected. Thus, we treat them all as if they had the worst disease. Gloves and precaution, the number one defense for us. But with Robert, it was known that he was the real deal, a carrier of various diseases, because Robert liked to brag about them. The mood changed considerably once the exposed needles were found, the risks too high to be joking around. Once he was processed and walked to his unit, I approached the property officers to discuss the needle issue. Because Robert had been transferred from another prison, the syringes should have been picked up when first admitted. The prisoner's property would have passed through several inspection points, so to find them here was inexcusable. The property officer said he would pass on our frustration to the other prison, but I'm not expecting any follow-ups. It would be the next time I met him that the first true memory of him would be burnt into my consciousness, a moment I desperately longed to bury away. You know when someone tells you to look at something in a different way, the subsequent image can never be unseen? If you don't, then allow me to share one with you. Although, if you don't want to participate, scroll further down. Have you ever seen the Kentucky Fried Chicken logo? The one with just the face of the colonel with his bow tie? Now, try and unsee the logo when you notice that the bow tie looks like a little body, complete with arms and legs. Yep, now you know what I'm talking about. I still can't unsee that logo. I came into Yara South for a day shift, maybe a month later, on overtime. There was a good crew in the unit that day, including Chris and Thelma. Because Thelma's been in the job for a great many years, she knew all about Robert Coleman, more so than anyone else. The incident happened about an hour after lunchtime muster was called correct, and I decided to do a tier walk. Tier walks are where officers will slowly make their way around the unit, walking alongside the outside walls as well as climbing the stairs to level 2 to keep up officer presence and dissuade crooks from engaging in inappropriate behavior. I was walking along the top tier when I happened to pass Robert's cell. His door was slightly ajar, and I could hear a noise coming from within, a noise you normally associate with someone enjoying a delightful treat, like a chocolate bar or something. So I tapped on the door and peeked inside to find Robert sitting on his bunk with a cup in his hand. As he saw me, he tilted his head up and appeared to gargle his drink. "Oh, that's a good drop," he said, grinning his toothy smile at me. I thought he may have been trying a new blend of tea or new flavor of coffee. I regret asking the instant the question left my lips. "Nice drink, Robert?" I asked, and he looked at me with a look of content. "Very," he said, then took another sip. There was a chuckle from somewhere behind me, and I turned to see a couple of crooks leaning against the rail further along. "Robert enjoying his boys?" one asked me, the other bending over with laughter. I didn't catch on. Not at that point, anyway. "That's not homemade brew, is it?" He turned and stared at me with a shocked expression on his face. "No," he cried. "These are my donations. I worked for these," he said, pointing at something on his windowsill. I hadn't noticed him at first, but now saw a row of paper cups lining his window ledge. There were maybe 8 to 10 cups all up, and I stepped into the cell for a closer inspection. I picked one up and peered inside, at first not recognizing the liquid within. But when I took another look at Robert, now sitting there looking smug, it finally hit me. It was semen. Each cup held a different prisoner's semen sample, which Robert had milked from them personally, like a farmer milking his cows. He was keeping them to sample whenever he had an urge, storing them in his cell for days at a time. When I returned to the officer's station with my stomach still convulsing and threatening to let loose, Thelma sat grinning at me. "Does Robert have his samples again?" she asked, laughing. My stomach felt like I swallowed a boat anchor as I sat down, staring at Thelma with a mouth unable to speak. It would just make these weird sounds as words completely eluded me. I didn't see Robert again for a few months, not until a very crazy night in the medical unit. You can read about that incident in the August edition of Prison Days. I've also inserted the entire diary entry at the end of this book for your enjoyment. That incident left a permanent stench in the medical unit that remains to this day. It's like his feces ended up seeping into the floor, there to remain forever. But as humorous as some of these incidents are to read, they can sometimes lead to some very serious consequences. One of these occurred early last year, after a particularly confrontational day. Some days there is just a feeling of something in the air, like an influence that affects everyone and everything in a negative way. It was a shift in Yara North that would turn into another lifelong memory for me, although this one doesn't bring a smile with it. Robert Coleman had been acting up for most of the morning, entering cells looking for sexual partners and promptly getting kicked out of each. Despite the prison population knowing him to be a disease carrier, including those with an attached death sentence, Robert never found himself without willing participants. Most are looking for nothing more than a milking, while others prefer receiving oral. But some go as far as complete involvement. One such participant was a man by the name of Damian Keating. A convicted pedophile and rapist, he was a long-termer with more than half his 28-year sentence left to serve. He arrived at the prison the previous day and hadn't yet been introduced to the rest of the unit. He'd been approached by Robert earlier in the day, and the two had disappeared into Robert's cell for approximately 30 minutes. CCTV footage was scrutinized for this information, as well as the lead-up to the main incident. There was another prisoner who had received a hand job from Robert first thing in the morning, a young crook named Thomas Riley. He was a young 22-year-old in this unit because of his very meek stature. Plus, the fact he only stood 5'0" tall didn't help his case any. Thomas was in prison for traffic offenses, including evading police, housed in Yarra North for his own safety. If he had been placed into a mainstream unit, the chances of him being stood over were so high they were considered a definite happening. Once Damian and Robert had finished their interaction, the latter returned to the unit to search for someone else to engage, while Damian retreated to his own cell until lunchtime count. Several prisoners refused to stand by their doors when muster was called, as they were watching something on the unit television. It took 4 officers to intervene, finally switching the TV off to a string of abuse from the prisoners. One ended up grabbing a chair, throwing it at the TV and smashing the screen. The unit erupted as other prisoners began yelling at the thrower, whom we instantly locked away. By the time we finally calmed the unit down, Control had called us to see where our number was. Once muster was finished, several prisoners went to the locked-down prisoner's door and began to kick it, a shit bomb eventually sprayed underneath it. As we were moving him to another cell, an argument began towards the back of the unit. As we watched, we saw Damian and Thomas having a verbal altercation. Thomas yelling while wearing a huge grin. Thelma called for them to calm down, and it appeared as if they were listening, both walking away from each other. But it was Damian that headed for Robert, again starting to yell something at the old man, whilst getting right up into his face. Robert was shaking his head, hands held up in a surrendering gesture. When Damian turned to point at Thomas, Robert made a break for it, running back to his cell and closing the door. Damian didn't chase him, instead running towards Thomas, who stood his ground. My offsider and I were still escorting the TV breaker to his new cell, when I looked down and saw Damian run at Thomas, who was still grinning. What happened next occurred so fast that the unit was stunned into silence, even the prisoners taken by surprise. Damian reached Thomas and appeared to punch the much smaller kid in the chest. Thomas took a single step back as the grin instantly disappeared and time seemed to freeze. And then, after maybe 2 seconds, his legs began to buckle and he crumpled to the ground. Damian spat on Thomas's back and walked calmly away. What we discovered later, after the investigators, police, and managers had come through, was that once Thomas heard about Damian engaging in sex with Robert, had approached the newly arrived prisoner and begun to goad him about the diseases he would have. Thomas had asked Damian the question about whether he'd bothered to use a condom, and when Damian shook his head, had laughed at him, telling him about the diseases Robert was carrying. Damian didn't take the news so well, running at Robert for confirmation, but Robert didn't confirm, instead denying it. Damien thought the kid was making a fool of him, and instead of dealing with it in a civilized way, had produced a homemade shiv that had been handed to him by another crook. The shiv consisted of an 8-inch piece of oven grate, a piece of cloth taped around one end as the handle. The remaining 6 inches of pointy steel had punctured Thomas's heart as it pierced through his chest. The medic said the kid was dead before he hit the floor, the spitting a final insult from the older prisoner, who was now facing a fresh charge of murder. Some prisoners will never understand the impact they have on other people's lives. Not just the endless mind games and attention-seeking ploys they constantly invent, but also the real-world consequences like Thomas Riley. Who knows just how many people Robert Coleman has infected with his refusal to disengage from unprotected sex? The prison has recently deemed him an at-risk prisoner and relocated him to one of the management units where he'll be held in isolation. Word began to spread about several prisoners wanting to take care of him. But the scarier thing for me is that Robert's sentence doesn't have long to run, and if released back into the community, would pose quite a risk to unsuspecting people. I say people because spitting in someone's face for refusing to comply with a request can affect either sex. His main charges that land him in prison include stalking and assault, the assaults consisting of spitting and throwing things when in a temper. Goulburn West is where he currently resides and, from what I've heard, remains quietly in his cell, summoning the guards only when needing supplies such as toilet paper. He was burnt relentlessly by the unit's population for many nights upon his arrival, Robert trying to flood his cell in order to be relocated again, but his attempts failed. He'd also been targeted twice with shit bombs, which sprayed his cell from beneath the door, covering both him and the rest of his abode in a thin mist of urine-laced feces. The last time I saw him, Robert looked but a whisper of his former self, already a thin man to begin with. I have no knowledge as to the progression of his HIV infection due to privacy legislation, but to me, he looked like a man enduring the final days of his existence. But I may be mistaken. Prisoners like him always able to make incredible recoveries from illness, returning many times to continue their antics, which keep a lot of people up at night. But I do know that logic tells me it will eventually come to an end. One day, his reign of fecal terror ceasing for the final time. Cooper Shelley. While nowhere near as full-on for sheer codes as prisoners like John Burns or Toby Manning, Cooper Shelley commands enough of a reputation that warrants his inclusion in these books. His name is one of the few that officers will look for when commencing a night shift in a manned unit, to size up just how painful their night will get, so to speak. It was at the commencement of one such shift that I first met this individual. I came in for the first of 3 night shifts in Murray South, the day shift officers greeting me with handshakes all around. They didn't mention the crook residing in cell 24B, but it didn't take long for us to get acquainted. I waited in the station while the other guys went about the end of shift duties they needed to finish and heard someone tapping on their cell door. It was coming from the top tier, and to help out, I went up to see what the issue was. As I neared the door, I tapped on it and called through whether they needed help. The crook returned my tap with a tap of his own, and I could also hear a shower running inside. At this time, I thought that he'd maybe slipped on the wet floor and dropped the trap, but the prisoner hadn't slipped, nor was he needing assistance. He was standing just inside the door and pulling his excited dick furiously, visions of the Silence of the Lambs instantly filling my mind. I slammed the trap shut before anything came shooting through and stared down at the staff who were standing in the station giggling. "Oh yeah, that's Cooper Shelley. Should have warned you about him," one officer called up. "What the hell?" was all I could yell, unheard against the laughing from the peanut gallery. The following 3 shifts were dominated by this nuisance prisoner with a plethora of disruptions, which included repeatedly flooding his cell, continually buzzing up, and non-stop masturbation, which he would only interrupt to bang on his door asking for help. Needless to say, I didn't step up to offer any. You'll find a decent interaction with Cooper in the June edition of Prison Days. Cooper Shelley was a serial pest on the outside as well, often flashing young girls and boys whilst they'd be walking to school. He's had numerous complaints made against him, and yet, despite the authorities' best efforts, continues to terrorize innocent children whenever he's released at the completion of whatever sentence he's currently serving. At 28 years old, Cooper has spent the best part of his life within detention centers, currently an active prisoner in Goulburn East. With very little support on the outside, he often returns to prison within a few short weeks of gaining his freedom, unable to function within the boundaries of society. But it's not just the officers that have their issues with him. When Cooper is housed within protection units, he's often absorbed into those units due to the similarities in crimes amongst those housed in them. But when he fucks up and is moved into management units, often containing a mixture of both mainstream and protection, that's when the shit really starts flying. Prisoners are classified when they first enter a prison, and with each subsequent incarceration, are reclassified depending on recent and past events that may impact their unit placements. Sometimes, due to the relative freshness of prisoners, some classifications will not yet be determined due to the lack of incidents with which to categorize them. In the case of a certain type of prisoner, such as a Hell's Angel member, an Asian, or a pre-op transsexual, each would be housed within a certain unit, catering for their specific needs. You wouldn't house vulnerable gay men within a unit filled with predominantly outlaw bikers because the outcome may not be all roses and cupcakes. Because of Cooper's history of affecting children with his crimes, the prison's general population wouldn't be very inviting with having him grace their units with his presence, the end result probably faring towards the serious end of the scale. One example of what can happen with the incorrect classification of a new prisoner happened about 3 years ago. A young 24-year-old father of 2 was in jail on his first go-around, on remand for traffic offenses, unpaid fines, and willful destruction during an incident with his partner. Although he had no priors, no known gang affiliations, and no history of drug offenses, he was housed in Tambo East, a unit predominantly housing a mix of mainstream prisoners who were all fairly new. You could class it as a kind of induction unit. Unbeknownst to the classification team, this young father had a brother who owed some serious cash to a drug dealer on the outside. That drug dealer had a distant cousin within that very unit, and it didn't take long for word to get back to the outside. Within a matter of days, the young father was approached, stood over, and threatened with serious ramifications unless he coerced his partner to smuggle drugs into the prison during one of her visits. They knew who he was, who his partner was, where they lived, as well as where his children went to school. The prisoner felt he had nowhere to turn, and during one of their first visits, asked his partner to smuggle the packages in. I'm not sure exactly how the conversation transpired between them, but it was later determined that she had also been visited at home by the dealer's accomplices. Feeling unable to refuse, and eventually succumbing to the threats, his partner smuggled the drugs inside. Wearing a skirt, the woman had an all-natural built-in pocket, which she utilized for the operation. During the visit, she was able to reach beneath said skirt, remove the substantial balloon, and then reach into a packet of crisps the couple were sharing. The prisoner reached into the packet, removed the balloon with a handful of snacks, and subsequently swallowed the lot. He managed to bypass all security checks once ending his visit and returned to his unit with the balloon in his stomach. He was dead within an hour of returning to his cell, the balloon rupturing inside his stomach. The lethal dose of amphetamines hit his system like a freight train, rendering him unconscious within a few minutes of first discovering something wrong. By the time the staff became aware of the situation, he was already lying on the floor of his cell with blood seeping from his nostrils. It was later discovered that the drugs had been cut with drain cleaner to increase profitability, and this is what was now liquefying his insides. The two officers who began resuscitation on him described the liquid that was coming from his mouth and nose as that resembling a cola slushy, oozing from his orifices with each chest compression. If this young man had been classified to another unit, there may be a good chance that he would still be alive today. Such is the importance of knowing which unit to house specific prisoners in. But Cooper wasn't always pulling his dick like a jackrabbit on a treadmill. He found other ways to keep occupied, one of which was flooding his cell. It didn't take very long for him to gain notoriety within the units he was housed in because his actions would often affect other prisoners in ways they didn't want to experience. This would result in their own retaliatory strikes, some of which were enough to infect an entire unit. On one particular occasion, I was rostered in Goulburn East for a few hours to relieve another officer who had to take off early. The afternoon had been quite a warm one, and the unit was fairly quiet as most of the residents endured an afternoon nap. The air conditioning system had packed it in the previous day, and work crews had not yet been called to fix the problem. Cooper had kept most of the crooks awake the previous night because he considered it to be a fantastic idea to begin flooding his cell at around 1 that morning. The night officer had been sitting in the staff room, engrossed in the latest Jack Reacher novel, when a strange sound alerted him to some sort of activity out in the unit. When he stuck his head out through the doorway, he found a slow stream of water trickling down from the second tier, a substantial puddle already drowning the carpet of the main floor. He approached the cell from where the water was coming from, and when he dropped the trap, found Cooper standing in his shower, old maid in hand. Despite repeatedly asking the crook to turn the water off, he refused. The officer left with very little choice but to call the supervisor. The problem was, though, the unit was an older one, and there was no individual isolation tap. If the soup was forced to cut the water, it would affect the rest of the cells on that level, around 40 prisoners left without flushing toilets and drinking taps. When a few other crooks became aware of the soup trying to negotiate with Cooper, they joined in, telling the dumb fuck to pull his head in. Cooper refused, continuing to strangle his tackle as the soup gave up and closed the trap. By then, most of the unit was awake and several pleaded for the taps to remain on. But, with the water continuing to gush from beneath the door, the soup gave the unit 5 minutes to fill bottles, kettles, and anything else they could use. Most complied and returned to their bunks, the soup killing the water just as he said. With his shower finally reduced to a rapidly diminishing trickle, Cooper grew quiet. But with more than half the unit now awake, the inconveniences would now begin to rear their heads as kettles couldn't be heated, toilets wouldn't flush, and tempers flared. Their burning of Cooper began within the hour, and from what I heard, didn't let up until first light. From yelling abuse and banging on cell doors, their message was well received as Cooper neither responded nor made a sound otherwise. He was as quiet as the proverbial mouse. But despite his silence, the damage had been done. An entire unit of pissed-off inmates waiting for their chance. And it didn't take long for them to strike, despite the water being turned back on before morning muster. About half an hour after I arrived in the unit, one of the prisoners was due to have his daily run-out. It would be in one of the outside exercise yards, and 2 officers were needed to escort him down to it. Tony Malone and I headed up the stairs, and I dropped the trap to see whether he was ready. "Just grabbing my rubbish," he said, and lifted a plastic bag out from his bin. I cracked the door, and he exited his cell. And then, like a flash of lightning, the crook grabbed something out from the plastic bag, threw the bag down at our feet, and darted away to the far end of the unit. I already knew what was about to happen, and knew there'd be no stopping it. Tony called out once and began to run along the tier, other prisoners now cheering for blood. But it wasn't quite blood they wanted. Something a lot less red about to be released. I watched as the crook reached Cooper's cell, bent down, and appeared to place something under the lip of the door. And then, with a cheer that sounded something directly out of Braveheart, he jumped into the air and stomped on whatever he'd placed on the ground. I can only imagine the spray of shit that jettisoned across the cell like a fire hose, the yelp from within sending the unit into howls of laughter. We reached the crook and escorted him back to his cell as the unit population cheered for him to get a medal. Once we returned to Cooper's cell, the milk carton bomb still sitting beneath the door, I dropped the trap, carefully holding my breath as I did. He was standing just inside, a fine mist of shit still covering the top half of his face. It had also managed to coat 2 of the 3 walls, and the stench that came out through the trap was intolerable. "So, I think I'm going to need a shower," Cooper whispered to me as the roar in the unit continued. Tony was standing behind me, a huge grin spread across his face as I struggled to contain my lunch. "Fuck, that's bad," was all I could manage before closing the trap and calling the soup. I heard Cooper jump in the shower, and after about 20 minutes, buzzed the officer's station requesting a mop. I took it up to him, cracking the door to hand it through. The stench was just as bad as before, my stomach turning as I caught a whiff of it. I closed the door again and headed back to the station. "How is it?" came from under one of the doors from the far end of the unit, and I could see a shape moving behind the grill of door B31, the occupant being the one responsible for the shit bomb. "What the hell did you eat, Jones?" I called back, and snickering came from several directions. "Good old prison chow," he replied, the humor in his voice as clear as the stink in the unit. "Yeah, that stink is going to hang for a while," I replied as I watched Bob open both sides of the airlock to vent some fresh air through. He would have called control and requested them to override the locked doors, therefore enabling him to open both doors at once. In normal circumstances, airlocks can only have one side open at any one time, turning them into a choke point when required. With the air conditioner broken and no fresh air venting into the unit, opening the airlock was our only option before suffocating in the contaminated atmosphere. But with the airlock opened, any runouts the prisoners were scheduled for would have to be canceled, escorts forbidden with the breached unit. So, we did what any reasonable officer would. We gave the crooks due for a spell in the outside air the choice. Cancel your runout and keep the doors open, or demand your runout and seal the doors. There's a very good rule that I personally like to adhere to, and it goes something like this: always put it back on them. Once an officer makes a decision, he's held accountable for that choice, but putting the decision at the feet of the prisoners themselves removes us from the equation. An example of this happened only yesterday to me. I was on an early morning shift, and part of my duty was to escort those prisoners needing to attend court up to the admissions area. One particular crook refused, and the person I was with was fairly new into the prison. When the prisoner refused to leave his cell, telling us that his lawyer told him he wouldn't be needed for another month, I winked at the new officer and then told the prisoner that it would be in his best interest to attend the admissions area. Once there, the soup could investigate whether his claims were in fact true, or whether there had been a change since he'd spoken to his lawyer. I also advised him that if he didn't go, and it was determined that he was required, then he would be responsible for the costs associated with the transport vehicle that had arrived at the prison to collect him. Rather than standing in the prisoner's cell door, yelling and screaming for him to comply with my instructions, I'm much better off putting it back on him. Why should I get upset when he's the one that will ultimately pay for his decision? Years ago, he would have been dragged out of his cell kicking and screaming by several burly officers with very little time for bullshit. But times have changed, and although a lot of crooks now think they have the upper hand, which in some cases they do, there are other times when you can turn the tables without them realizing. There is one more incident I want to share about Cooper, and it's one that always brings a smile to my face. He isn't exactly known for his high IQ, which at times can result in incidents that leave officers shaking their heads. One such incident occurred a few months ago, just as night and day staff were exchanging radios. It was a little before 6 when a code mic was called to Goulburn East. I had just commenced day shift, and as I was on general duties, went to see if I could offer help. There were already a few officers in the unit, most congregated around an open cell door. The soup was already in attendance. The cell door opened under his instruction. Chris Upton was standing off to one side, and I went to see what was happening. "Cooper Shelley slipped in the shower," he said, Chris being the one who called the code, his shift in the unit almost at an end. "For real?" I asked, knowing Cooper's passion for having codes called on him. "Yeah, found him lying in the shower moaning." I went back to where the crowd were still gathered, while Chris went to type up his report. The nurses rolled their trolley into the unit and made their way to the cell. Once inside, one asked Cooper if he could move to his bunk. "I need you to hop on your bunk so we can assess you," she repeated, positive Cooper was faking. He continued moaning, rubbing his head with one hand as if massaging his scalp. "Nurse needs you on your bed," the soup said, and Cooper just looked up at him. It didn't look like he was going to move, and the nurses began to look frustrated, shaking their heads at each other. "Wait a second," the soup suddenly said, then turned towards the station where Chris was tapping away at the keyboard. "Chris," he called out. Chris looked up, then made his way over. "Chris, did Cooper call out to you or buzz you?" Chris looked at him for a brief second, not understanding the question. "How did you find him? Did he buzz you or call out to you?" "He buzzed me up," Chris said, and the soup's face lit up as if he'd just been handed his pay packet in cash. The emergency intercom button was next to the cell door, while the shower was at the far end of the cell next to the window. "So, if I understand correctly, Cooper, you slipped in the shower here, got up, and walked to the buzzer where you called for help, then returned to the shower to lay on the floor." Cooper looked up at the soup, dumbfounded. "Righto, everybody, let's go," he said calmly, ushering the nurses out of the cell before closing it and locking it with a snap of his keys as officers began to grin like goofy game show contestants. "What a knucklehead," the soup said, following the nurses back out of the unit. And that sums up life with Cooper Shelley in a nutshell. He is still serving time in Goulburn East, his current sentence still having a year and a half to run. His many escapades continue to entertain both staff and crooks alike, although he had taken up reading in the past couple of months. This seems to have quietened him considerably, but I'm quite sure it won't be long before he revisits old habits. For some, the temptation to create havoc is just far too great. Book 3. Introduction. Up until this point in the series, I've shared the incidents of prisoners who can only be described as unique. Their traits, tantrums, and demeanors are those rarely observed in the public. Their disgusting habits saved for those entrusted with their care. But what I have for you this time around is incidents from people you do know exist. These 2 short stories detailed the times of men who believe that they don't need to play by the rules of society, deciding instead to take advantage of all that do. One of these men is called Liam Mason, a bikie with a demeanor as scary as his appearance. Standing about 6'3", with a set of arms that defy logic, his tattoos start from the top of his head and don't stop until the floor. The second one is Gareth Taylor, almost the complete opposite of Liam when it comes to his appearance. He has the boy-next-door look about him, and wouldn't look out of place in a company boardroom if it wasn't for his scars. Unfortunately for both, the world they were raised in wasn't one that taught them anything about morals, ethics, and the way society needs them to behave. Their traits and actions never differ between their 2 homes, whether in prison or out in the community. I hope you enjoy this slight change of pace as we head into the darkness of mainstream, a world where the rules are short, simple, and judgments are swift. Liam Mason. Liam Mason has a history that mirrors most of the prisoners that you tend to hear about once they've committed a crime so heinous that it's covered in nearly every major newspaper. He's been in and out of juvenile detention centers and prisons since age 12 and has never let the consequences of his actions weigh too heavily on him. When you first see Liam, it's like a spotlight going off in your head that tells you to keep your wits about you. There's something not quite right about him, which you see in the shadows of his eyes almost the instant his meet yours. The tattoos that cover the top of his head and face don't seem to quit until the floor blocks them out on the sides of his feet. The messages printed within them, both dark and hateful. His very first crime that he was convicted of was setting his mother's car alight when she refused to take him to his friend's house. Subsequent convictions included burglary, theft, and criminal damage. But it was his first assault charge that began his passion for violence. And when I say passion, that's exactly how he describes it. Liam has never, and will never, back down from violence when confronted with it. Whether it's defending a mate or just to take a pair of shoes from someone because he likes the look of them, Liam will let his fists do the talking. It was one of the hottest days of the year, the day I first met Liam. Prisoners had a habit of pacing the exercise yard topless on those types of days, holding deep palaver while walking back and forth between the walls of the compound, most only around 40 to 50 feet in length and width. Cramming too many numbers of prisoners into these yards can lead to confrontations, but they seem to control the numbers themselves. The general rules within a unit are not to wear a hat, sunglasses, and to keep your shirt on. The shirt on part is more of a respect thing, especially when indoors with female staff. Hats and sunglasses aren't allowed to be worn inside units due to cameras needing uncovered faces for footage should anything kick off. They aren't really that difficult to adhere to, yet are the most common ways for prisoners to test staff. 2 other staff members were with me that day, one of them being David Chung, a new officer only out on the floor for a month. He'd already been baited a couple of times throughout the morning, and he'd handled himself quite well. But he was about to be tested by a guy that would make most people crumble and run for cover. Liam had been out in the exercise yard with 2 friends, the 3 of them pacing back and forth in the heat for over an hour. David and I were sitting in the station, with Ruth, our 3rd officer, in the office eating her lunch. The phone had rung and I answered it, Chris Upton calling to tell me that he'd been offered a supervisor's gig. As we were chatting, Liam came in from the yard without his shirt on, and David stood, calling out to him to put it on. I was sitting down and could see Liam from where I was sitting, watching as he shot David a cursory glance before continuing towards the stairs that led up to his cell. "Liam, I asked you to put your shirt on," David repeated, and this time Liam ignored him completely. David looked at me as the color rose in his cheeks, and I could hear the noise in the unit drop significantly as other prisoners turned to watch the proceedings. As I've said before, baiting is testing an officer's reaction, and right now, every prisoner in the unit wanted to see what the newest member would do. David looked at me for a brief second and seemed to consider his options. "I'll call you back," I told Chris and hung up. But before I had a chance to say anything, David headed out of the station and towards the stairs. He didn't appear to hesitate, walking confidently towards the stairs. A kind of silence hung over the unit, all eyes on him. Liam had already entered his cell, and I could just make out the first few feet of it through the open doorway. David reached the cell door, and I grabbed my radio from its pouch in case things kicked off. "I asked you to put your shirt on," I heard David say, his voice sounding calm and composed. The reply that exploded a second later from somewhere further into the cell did not. "Well, I'm in my fucking cell now, aren't I?" Liam's beet-red face suddenly sprang into view as he stared David in the face, the tips of their noses maybe 4 inches apart. My finger was hovering over the button as Ruth stepped out from the office, seeing me standing with my radio out. "I asked you twice as you walked through the unit and you refused. I'm going to have to lock you down for the day," David continued, and Liam's face began to snarl in defiance. "Fuck that. For what?" "For disobeying an order," David replied, calmly. "I didn't disobey anything. I ain't being locked down. No fucking way," Liam screamed. A couple of crooks began to snicker as they watched from across the other side of the second-tier railing. "Get out of my fucking cell, screw dog," he continued, and I could see the color drain from David's face. But, to his credit, he stood his ground, remaining steadfast as Liam continued to scream at him. "Maybe I need to take your TV for the night," I heard him say, and I started walking towards the stairs now that Ruth was in the station. An almighty crash echoed from above me, and I saw David retreat back from the door and close it. I ran up the stairs, and as I reached the top tier, heard the click of the lock snapping as David spun his key in it. "He smashed his TV," David said to me as I neared him. "All good. You did well," I said. I opened the viewing window and saw Liam kicking the smashed remains of his television. "What are you looking at?" he screamed when he saw me. I simply closed the shutter and followed David back to the station. We talked quietly as we walked. "You could have done one thing different that may have avoided most of that," I said once we reached the ground floor. David looked at me confused. "What?" he asked. "Should have simply closed the cell door first. Rather than stand there and confronting him face to face, maybe close the cell first. Safer to talk through a locked door when you're dealing with someone as volatile as that." David nodded, understanding my point. But what I saw of him and how he reacted, I knew he had the makings of a great officer. Liam was subsequently charged restitution for the TV and also locked down for 24 hours due to his insubordination, a standard action for what he did. Because it's technically only a single night locked up in your own cell, most crooks are prone to test new officers this way. But not every occurrence is as tame as that one was. Some incidents occur without an audience, a clever crook knowing when to strike without consequences. Well, almost no consequences. There are certain places around the prison that are situated in camera blind spots, areas where the cameras cannot penetrate due to their position and location. Most of the cells are blind spots, the only cameras in cells being the ones specifically used for observation. This is where the majority of the assaults that occur take place, prisoners believing that if they are out of sight, then nothing can be proven. The laundries are also largely camera-free, but what the prisoners miss is that the entrances to every area are watched by cameras, so assaulting someone within these areas isn't exactly done in secret. A quick look at the camera footage will often identify those prisoners that have either entered cells or laundries before an assault or left just after one. Once a prisoner is discovered to have been assaulted, a quick call to control reveals those needing to be questioned, although not all assaults are reported. Crooks will often stick to the code of silence, either because they've been threatened with further violence if they rat on the perpetrators and thus remain living in fear, or because the crook assaulted already lives by that code, refusing to talk to staff no matter what. It was almost a week later when a code Alpha was called in Thompson West, the caller sounding desperate as they pressed their duress button for help. I entered the unit maybe a minute after the tactical boys arrived, and they had a crook on the ground, 2 officers on each arm, 1 on each leg, and 1 trying to hold his body down. I didn't need to look too hard to see who they had pinned to the floor, the telltale skull tattoo looking back at me from the top of his head. Liam's knuckles looked like they'd been attacked with a cheese grater. There were 2 other prisoners lying on the floor in the laundry, both appearing to be unconscious. From the look of Liam's knuckles, I wasn't expecting their faces to look any better. Once the smoke had cleared and all the bodies taken to where they needed to go, it was ascertained that one of the crooks had asked Liam about a kettle he'd borrowed earlier in the day. The big guy didn't take too kindly to being confronted about the kettle and invited the crook into the laundry to sort out the ownership of it. One of the owner's friends was already in the laundry, and according to the officers, the altercation lasted less than 30 seconds. The first prisoner, the owner of the kettle, received a fractured eye socket, fractured cheekbone, a broken nose, and lost 4 teeth. He was also severely concussed and needed a week in hospital. The other crook sustained a broken nose, 2 fractured eye sockets, a broken radius, and severe concussion. It took just 4 punches per crook for Liam to do the damage he did, demolishing the prisoners as if they were ragdolls. Seeing that kind of damage inflicted on another person is horrendous when you consider that Liam regularly spends time outside the prison. How much damage could he dish out on an unsuspecting public? It wasn't just prisoners that experienced the wrath of Liam Mason. Officers, lawyers, and civilians that would enter the prison to run programs would also be subjected to the intimidation and violence on a regular basis. It appeared as if Liam needed to do no more than look at someone the wrong way, and a duress button would be pressed. On one occasion, Liam had been transferred back to our prison for a court hearing, a normal process. Upon first arriving, all prisoners are subjected to a psychological interview with a health nurse, an act which is mandatory within 24 hours. His patience lasted a little under half-hour after arriving. Liam began to rhythmically bang on his cell door, refusing to quit until he was seen by the nurse, a process we had no control over. But having a fist pounding on a metal door in an enclosed space made of concrete, the echo that boomed along the corridor made your brain shake. The nurse had hurried her current customer, then asked for Liam to be released next. He was in her room less than 2 minutes before she pressed her duress button. A lot of officers came running to find Liam sitting in the chair beside her desk with a smirk on his face. "What?" he asked, holding his palms up as if clueless to why the nurse called for help. 3 officers remained in the room while she finished her questions before escorting him back to his holding cell. When asked why she pressed her button, she said that he kept asking for a single cell, a common enough request. But it was the way he asked, she said, through clenched teeth and staring eyes. As I said, he didn't need to do much to get what he wanted. He did get his wish that day, but not in the unit he was expecting. Initially allocated to Thompson East, the intimidation worked as far as getting a single cell in Murray North, the management unit. The tactical boys came to escort him there, minus most of his property, which he wasn't allowed there. He was cuffed and led away, the smirk on his face looking a bit rattled. Because he was a mainstream prisoner with a very good lawyer, some of his charges would disappear quite regularly, either bargained down or dismissed entirely. His stay with us would be temporary during most visits, generally classified to other mainstream prisons that were medium security facilities, despite his propensity for violence. There was an incident a year ago where Liam was at another facility, held there for drug distribution. He'd been sentenced to 2.5 years non-parole and was about halfway through. He discovered that a group of prisoners, as unbelievable as it sounds, had found a place within their work compound where officers never patrolled. It was a section hidden behind some metal roofing iron, and the prisoners found that they could sneak into the gap while officers were distracted elsewhere. And what exactly did the crooks utilize this secluded place of real estate for? They actually grew marijuana plants back there, a fact Liam discovered after watching the crooks from his vantage point. He'd approached them and wanted in on their operation, but during his very first tour of the dope vineyard, he had been spotted by officers who confronted him and his accomplice. 2 of the 3 officers that confronted the pair that day were relatively new, unaware of who they were dealing with. 2 officers were knocked unconscious with a single blow each, as the third managed to press his button. He lost a couple of teeth and severe concussion by the time he hit the ground. All 3 were later shipped off to hospital. Liam was shipped out too, a reflex action when assaulting an officer. We were the lucky recipients of his transfer that day. Liam reclassified to our facility for the remainder of his sentence. He was taken to Murray North immediately upon his arrival and remained there until his final incident with us. During his final stay in Murray North, Liam made it a habit of demanding extra meals, banging up, and general pain-in-the-arse behavior. He'd buzz up and ask for something, then refuse it when we brought the request to his cell. It came to a head late one afternoon about 6 months ago, when boredom got the better of him, decided that he didn't want to be in the unit anymore. The day had been a fairly normal one for the most part, with incidents across the prison fairly low. Murray North had been running like clockwork, the staff running the unit with military precision. The runouts had happened on time, most prisoners opting to utilize their hour from their cell by frolicking out in the sunshine. When it came time for Liam's runout, he'd refused. No one really cared that he didn't want to go out, the refusal freeing up a little bit of time for the staff, whom sat down for a bit to rest their legs. Things can get very hectic in the unit, and resting is considered a luxury. The code Delta was called a little after 4 that day, smoke billowing out from beneath the door of cell B15. The officers were taken completely by surprise, none prepared for the events that followed. Because you have no way of knowing what poisons are contained in prison cell fires, the rule of thumb is to immediately vacate the unit, staff leaving through the airlock. Unfortunately for the prisoners, they remain locked up in their cells until staff donning breathing apparatuses can determine the severity of the emergency. In this particular case, the prisoner had set fire to his mattress using a tried and tested method. Using 2 bits of tinfoil, normally acquired via some sort of canteen item, the prisoner inserted them into the PowerPoint outlets. Forcing the bits together produced a spark powerful enough to light some toilet paper up, the ensuing flame normally used to light a smoking device like a cigarette or ice pipe. But on this occasion, Liam used the lit toilet paper to torch his mattress, the foam and cotton lighting up with very little effort. The ensuing smoke is what tends to kill people very quickly, hence why the officer's first duty is to leave the unit and don breathing gear. Control made the call to the fire brigade as the smoke pouring into the unit became more substantial. Once 3 officers were equipped with the proper gear, they ran a fire hose out and proceeded up to the cell. Once there, one dropped the trap, while another stuck the hose through, effectively dousing the flames and drenching everything within the cell. When they were positive the flames were extinguished, they called for Liam to come to the trap. Other officers had opened the airlock doors. While the unit's extraction fans began to remove the smoke, the unit cleared within a few minutes. The officers continued to try and get Liam to the cell door and put his hands through so they could cuff him, but he wasn't answering them, remaining on the floor in a prone position. One of the officers called for the soup to attend, and he entered the unit to take charge of the operation. Other crooks were joining in at this stage, cheering the unconscious Liam on. After looking through the trap and seeing the prisoner lying on the floor unresponsive, the soup called out to him several times to no avail. There was still a substantial amount of smoke in the cell, but not enough to hide the prisoner entirely. They could see him curled up in the shower. After considering his options, the soup called out for the door to be unlocked so they could ascertain the crook's condition. One of the other officers suggested they wait for the tactical boys to attend, just in case. The soup considered this suggestion for all of 2 seconds before telling that officer specifically to do as he was told. The door was cracked, and a smoky haze began to drift from the open door as 3 officers slowly entered. They all disappeared into the cell and were out of sight from cameras for no more than a few seconds before the first came stumbling backwards, smashing into the guardrail with such force that he nearly toppled over it were it not for the quick reflexes of another officer standing near the rail. There was a sudden rush of officers tripping over each other to get into the cell as a second officer's arm was seen flailing about just inside the door. He was grabbed by someone and pulled out against the flow of traffic, blood covering one side of his face. When the smoke had cleared and the crook cuffed, it cost 4 officers a combined total of 9 weeks off work, with one never returning. Liam had hit him so hard in the side of the head that he suffered a permanent brain injury, rendering him unsuitable for work. That officer lost his short-term memory, and the last time I spoke with him was a broken man, his frustrations permanent. Liam Mason was playing possum, pretending to be unconscious while waiting for his opportunity to strike. He told investigating officers later that once he heard the supervisor call out for the door to be unlocked, it gave him time to prepare himself for the ambush. The supervisor was never reprimanded for his actions that day. The injuries to the other officers totally avoidable if protocol had been employed. In circumstances like these, it's the prisoner's actions that decide which course officers need to follow. In Liam's case, because he had a history of violence as well as manipulating staff, the tactical officers should have been involved from the beginning. They would have suited up, including shields and protective clothing, then approached the prisoner in numbers and guarded against exactly what happened. Liam was transferred from the prison within 3 hours of his assault on staff, taken to another maximum security facility. To this day, he has still not been charged with the assault on staff, the investigation still reading as ongoing. 3 out of the 4 officers have since returned to work, 1 in that very same unit where he remains rostered. 1 officer's life was changed forever that day, doing nothing more than was asked of him by the system, to watch over prisoners and uphold the safety and security of staff in the prison. For his dedication to his duties, he has never received a thank you from management. Instead, left to mend the remnants of his life alone. If you're asking yourself just why a prisoner would go to such lengths of inflicting violence on people simply doing their jobs, it's because he wanted to move jails. He no longer wanted to be in our facility and had requested a transfer. When that request was denied, he took it upon himself to make the move happen. Liam knew that by attacking officers directly, he would be automatically transferred from the prison. And as fate would have it, he was transferred to the very facility where his original request was for. Now ask yourself, who's really in charge? Gareth Taylor. While some prisoners have the look that you'd associate with trouble, the tattoos, the piercings, the haircut, or lack of, I sometimes wonder if there's a how to look like a thug manual somewhere which these guys study. But then we have the other side, where prisoners look like anything but. They have little to no tattoos to speak of, no piercings, and their overall appearance resembles a professional of some sort, like a salesman, real estate agent, or executive. But what Gareth Taylor lacked in looks, he more than made up for in meanness, despite his relatively young age of 28. And not just meanness, but toughness in general. I doubt I've ever met someone that can look you in the eyes and genuinely tell you that they're tough. Gareth can, without question. By toughness, I'm not talking about walking around the unit with his arms held out so wide that watermelons would fall from his pits. He didn't portray tough. He just was tough. The first time I met him was during an afternoon where spring was well and truly in the air. The weather had turned warm the previous day, and I was walking down one of the corridors between unit yards, chatting to another officer about that weekend's plans. There was an area at the end of the corridor that opened into a kind of junction yard, where 4 units shared their fence lines with the open space. We could hear some sort of commotion in there, and as we started to run, heard a code foxtrot called. As we reached the junction yard, a number of other officers came running from the opposite corridor, and we entered the yard of Avoca, where 3 prisoners were having an altercation. 2 of the prisoners were rolling around on the ground in agony, while the third was standing above them, blood dotting his white t-shirt. Footage later revealed that the two crooks on the ground had jumped the third prisoner, each carrying a shiv. The third crook was Gareth Taylor, standing above the other two and mocking them. When the officers arrived, he simply took a step back and held his wrists out in front of him, complying with the officers' requests. There was blood spurting from a puncture wound where his shoulder met his neck, a gusher, as I've heard them called in the past. A stretcher was wheeled up, and when the officers asked him to lie down, he refused, saying he was fine to walk. When the footage was later reviewed, it showed the two attackers ambush Gareth with a flurry of swings. He brushed the pair off, grabbing one by the throat and punching him directly in the face as the other continued swinging his shiv at him. The second crook he took care of with a punch to the throat, followed by a swift kick to the balls, the crook dropping like someone whose crown jewels just got stomped on by a fucking elephant. When he was finally sat down in an examination chair back at the medical unit, 11 stab wounds were found on him, the shiv's 3-inch nail piercing the vein in his neck that had been spurting for the entire walk back. 4 other punctures were in his back, 5 to his front, including one that nicked his bladder, and 1 in his arse cheek. The fucker stabbed his arse cheek. If you believe that all people die from a single stab wound like they do on movies, then you are mistaken. It has to be a pretty precise stab for it to kill, such as piercing the heart or a major artery. In real life, as is highlighted in this case, a person can sustain multiple stab wounds and remain functioning. Gareth didn't seem too fazed from his wounds during the walk to the medical unit. It was only once we got him into an assessment room that his legs began to shake a little. Most crooks that I've met would have dropped the second the fight started, but then would have probably died because of that. Gareth saved himself by fighting back. He also knew that crooks would be watching him get led away, thereby walking unassisted to show that he's not one to mess with. It makes the tattoos on his knuckles, the only ones he has, mean so much more. The letters DFWM stenciled on both hands. Don't fuck with me. It didn't take long for Gareth to be returned to his unit after his hospital visit, initially refusing to go with the ambulance. The prisoners that had attacked him were both moved to Murray North, police interviewing the pair and subsequently charging them with multiple offenses. What made Gareth such a target was his attitude. The guy had size on his side and would have made a fantastic foot soldier to the right gang, but he refused to join any of them, playing by his own rules that numbered very few. You might be excused for thinking that if he wasn't on their side, maybe he was on ours, giving us information when a situation called for it. But you'd be mistaken. He was a crook through and through, abiding by the prisoner code of silence. He ignored us just as much as he ignored his housemates, the only difference being he was one of them. So why would they attack him? Simple. Because he refused to join the gangs, remaining neutral to the power struggles that occurred within the units. Someone put a hit out on him because of the old, if we can't have you, no one can mentality. The problem you had with a crook like that was that he was loyal to no one, driven to live by his own will, which meant he was extremely unpredictable. He didn't do drugs, didn't even smoke tobacco, and didn't partake in the distribution of narcotics. He didn't drink, and as for passing the time, he'd read a lot, mostly thriller novels. It was only when other people became involved in his world that the proverbial shit hit the fan. Because of his lack of dependence on any substances or need for material things, he couldn't really be bought, and that made recruiting him all the more difficult. I remember a time in Avoca a while back. We were getting ready to lock the crooks down for the night after a fairly non-eventful day. I was sorting through the mailbox, a task always reserved for the end of the day once everyone had a chance to drop their letters and notes into it. The contents included requests, letters, and every so often something unexpected. Messages from prisoners to officers. These notes would contain specific information that needed to be passed on in confidence as to allow the prisoner to retain his anonymity. The particular note that I sorted that day was written in barely legible handwriting, but the message was pretty clear. Get Taylor out of the unit or he'll get stabbed. Notes such as this are always taken seriously and subsequently passed on to the intelligence unit. We also approach the intended victim and put the question to them. Sometimes a crook may feel threatened in a unit, and the note helps them transfer out. Occasionally, the prisoner may even drop a note on themselves, dropping it into the mailbox with a letter so as not to draw attention. On this occasion, the question was posed to Gareth, who only chuckled and shrugged the threat off, electing to remain in the unit. 2 days later, a crook jumped him in the exercise yard with a toothbrush shiv, stabbing him once in the back of the head and once in his back. Gareth grabbed the unfortunate guy and, after breaking his jaw with a swift punch, broke the offending arm still holding the shiv over his knee. The unit was locked down for the Code Foxtrot, and Gareth moved out to Goulburn West for a few weeks while his attacker went to hospital before being transferred to Murray South. Although the threat from the note turned out to be quite real, most of the time they don't. He'd served most of his 5-year sentence by the time he found his calling, Gareth finally realizing that the unwanted attention would eventually kill him. It was after yet another attack that he finally listened to a voice of reason that came from somewhere completely unexpected. After he was released back into general population from Goulburn West, he was assigned to Campaspe, a fairly quiet unit made up of mostly old-timers and a few Asians. Life in that unit was almost compared to a retirement home for the officers that worked there, due to the minimal number of codes that occurred. Gareth had been assigned to a bottom-tier cell so as to keep him somewhat separated during the many hours he'd be locked down overnight. It was almost a whole month before the shit hit the fan again, this time courtesy of someone not even allocated to the unit. It was a Sunday afternoon, and the heat of the day had made a lot of the prison population weary, most electing to remain indoors. Several of the more athletic type preferred to pace the main yard shirtless, multitasking by working on their fitness and tan at the same time. Gareth had decided to head out into the main yard for a walk around, the afternoon still quite young. The main yard is one directly outside of the unit, but still fenced off from the rest of the units. While exercise yards can be utilized throughout the day, main yards had restricted times, access to them granted only during times when other yards adjoining this one were free from crooks. This reduced the amount of contraband and notes that could be passed between units, as crooks wouldn't be out at the same time. Prior to these changes being implemented, prisoners would freely pass drugs, tobacco, and notes from one unit to the next. The mail system worked so well that you could have a message passed from one end of the prison to the other within a matter of minutes. Notes is how the heads of gangs can issue orders beyond their own fence line, often writing a coded message on a slip of paper and then having it passed along using couriers. Any prisoner moving around the prison could be used as a courier, hence random strips being utilized in an attempt to minimize the act. A prisoner from Avoca attending a visit, for example, may be given a note to pass to Tambo West. Moving through the gates with a movement slip issued by the unit officers, he makes his way along the corridors towards the visit center. He might know that crooks in the kitchen come from Tambo West, and so when passing next to the kitchen fence line, drops the note into the hands of someone there, telling them a name to take the note to. The various mail routes work quite well for the most part, and officers struggle to contain it at times. One way they manage to reduce the trafficking is by reducing main yard times to dedicated days and time allocations of 2 hours per session. But it wasn't a note that was passed through to Campaspe for a hit on Gareth. This time, a new officer with little experience proved to be the loose link in the chain, practically giving the hitman an open door to walk through. Officer Nigel Pickering had completed exactly 3 shifts prior to working that Sunday, his experience level at less than 40 hours. The day had been considerably warm, and he'd forgotten his hat, which meant he tried to keep out of the sun as much as possible, considering his extremely fair complexion. Being assigned to gate duty in Junction Yard B meant he was in charge of the gates that led between 3 of the unit yards and the chapel corridor. Prisoners were moving around on their assigned slips, each prisoner's home unit and destination stamped clearly at the top of the piece of paper. It was the gatekeeper's responsibility to check the identification card of each prisoner, match the name to the slip, and then check their destination to ensure they were heading where they were supposed to. A prisoner approached the end of the chapel corridor and hollered for the officer who was shading himself at the other end of the yard. Once he approached, the crook held his ID up and flashed his unit slip, commenting on the brightness of the officer's uniform. It was a way to distract officers, to turn their attention away from the slip check and focus on something else entirely. It doesn't often work with older heads, but with newer officers who lack confidence, like taking candy from a baby. The officer never took a decent enough look at the movement slip, admitting the fact to the supervisor when interviewed after the event. The crook continued remarking about the freshness of the uniform and ultimately found out his experience. He'd opened the first gate and then, after relocking it, was simply led by the prisoner to the gate leading into the Campaspe main yard. He must have looked and seen his target walking around and seized his opportunity. He should have been led into Thompson East, which is situated right next door, but spotting Gareth had changed his mind, snatching his moment. The officer cracked the gate, waved the crook through, and returned to his spot in the shade the back of the gym was casting. Grainy camera footage showed the crook reach into the rear of his shorts and remove 2 items. One, a slashing instrument made from a disposable razor blade and a plastic knife handle. The other, a stabbing shiv made from the handle of a table tennis bat and a nail. The camera showed him stalking his prey for a good minute as he slowly followed Gareth walking around the outer edge of the yard. Both crooks were wearing black sunglasses, and although you couldn't make out their eyes, you just knew that one never took his eyes off the prize. He appeared to lighten his step the closer he got to Gareth, and with only a few feet to go, suddenly broke into a sprint, closing the distance in the blink of an eye with both arms outstretched, a shiv grasped in each hand. As he hit Gareth's back with a stabber the first time, he swung the second at his head, the slasher opening a wide gash along the back of his skull. Both stabs took less than a second, and before Gareth even turned, he'd been stabbed a second time near his right kidney. The subsequent slash from the crook's left arm came high, aiming for his face as it turned toward him. The razor blade opened up a cut that began halfway up his right cheek and continued to his forehead, crossing his eye. It missed his actual eyeball, but grazed the top of his eyelid, luck saving his eye by the width of his skin. Gareth went to grab the crook, but he stabbed the nail into the hand now reaching for him, and Gareth pulled it back, the slasher coming for his face a second time. It connected, slicing upwards from the base of his jaw, across his lips, and up his cheek on a diagonal. Blood was now pouring from his multiple wounds. The screaming that Officer Pickering heard wasn't from the victim, but rather from the attacker, the fear and adrenaline probably driving him through the attack. Apparently, Gareth never made a sound, the officer calling the code Foxtrot less than 15 seconds after the frenzied attack began. He was stabbed in his other hand as he tried to grab the shiv, and then the slasher opened a third cut across his face, this one opening his cheek on a diagonal that went through into his mouth, cutting the top gum as it went by. The white t-shirt now looked a deep crimson, the blood pouring from multiple wounds as the struggle between them continued. The crook's arms were swinging wildly from side to side, and what finally gave the advantage to Gareth was when he stopped trying to avoid the shivs and focused on the attacker himself. He weathered a couple more blows, seemingly allowing them to connect, and then punched the attacker's forearm as the stabber plunged into him. The blow snapped the bones, his left arm dangling as his scream turned into panic. Approaching officers were unable to intervene, as there were weapons involved, none equipped to help. Once the tactical crew arrived, they issued a single command for the crooks to quit, and when they didn't, unleashed capsicum spray on the pair of them. The final blow that was thrown came from Gareth, who punched his attacker in the throat, almost crushing his windpipe. The face instantly changed to morbid fear as he tried spluttering with a face full of spray and a smashed-in throat. It was quite a mess, and the whole thing made possible by a single officer's mistake in giving the attacker direct access to his victim. He was subsequently given a written warning and retrained in the necessity for checking slips. The attacker was taken to hospital and remained there for a number of weeks. I had heard through the grapevine that his vocal cords were permanently damaged, and his voice sounded like that of an old man, but I cannot confirm this, having not seen that prisoner since. Gareth was also taken to hospital, another dozen stab wounds to add to his list. But what he took away more so from the attack were the multiple slashes across his face. 3 in particular looked as if he'd been slashed by a huge tiger, running across his face like a swipe from its claws. They seemed to run the same length and width apart, thus appearing as a single attack. It added to his already violent appearance, his many scars and puncture wounds dotting his head and neck. Sometimes fate shows up in the strangest of places, and prison is no different. Gareth returned from the hospital a week or so later and was assigned to the medical unit. Although the stitches remained in his face, he didn't really require that much medical help, assigned to the unit more as a way of keeping him away from general population. It was during the time in the medical wing that he met Rusty Taylor, the unit's cleaning billet. They weren't related, but Rusty still called Gareth his brother, because their surname sounded the same, despite knowing he wasn't. With a normal prisoner, Gareth may have had words to say at being called someone's brother, but when it came to Rusty, he accepted it because Rusty was different. Rusty Taylor was a prisoner in Macquarie, the prison's unit for low-functioning crooks. He had a mental age of an 8-year-old and thought of himself as part of the nursing staff rather than a prisoner. He saw Gareth reading a book with a policeman on the cover and began to talk to him about it. I was rostered in the medical wing on a number of occasions during Gareth's stay and would often see Rusty go to his new friend's cell. Other officers also began to notice the friendship, and before long, the news made it to Bronwyn Smith, one of the supervisors in Macquarie. Although not convinced at the beginning, her mind was soon changed when Gareth prevented an incident with Rusty. Rusty had been tasked with mopping the floors in the medical wing and was moving cell to cell, an officer unlocking each one for him, then standing by as he performed his duty. But there was a television on in one of the cells, and Rusty got a little distracted. As he moved around the bedside of one of the beds, he knocked a meal tray onto the floor. Being as mentally challenged as he was, he began to flip out, even more so after the prisoner who the meal tray belonged to also began to yell. Gareth heard the commotion from his cell, and because it was Mainstream's turn out of their cell, was able to walk up and see what was happening. He said later that he heard Rusty upset and just wanted to investigate. Once he saw him, Gareth called out, eventually calming the younger crook down enough to walk him back to his own cell. Rusty was still quite wound up, but Gareth managed to deflect his attention to a newspaper article he'd been reading, something about puppies being rehoused for guide dog training. Rusty apparently quietened immediately and listened as Gareth held the photos up for him to see. Without knowing it, Gareth had just performed the work of a unit stabilizer, able to calm a situation with a mentally challenged crook before it escalated. The news was relayed back to Macquarie, and after a little bit of to and froing, Gareth was offered a stabilizer role within the unit. I wasn't there when he was offered the role, but was told that he initially laughed so hard his face turned red. But after listening to one of the supes explain the importance of the role, as well as the rewards, he accepted. Gareth was considered a natural during his time in Macquarie. The prisoners took to him almost immediately, initially afraid to approach him due to his appearance. But Rusty introduced him all around, and after a few days, settled into the role like a professional. Many of the conflicts that occurred within the unit each day were now almost non-existent, as Gareth halted fights and disagreements long before they ever took off. Despite stopping fights, he taught the boys how to box, running classes out in the exercise yard almost daily, to which he always drew the crowds. The ploy worked, as the codes called within the unit for confrontations were reduced by more than half over the coming months. It seemed that Gareth had found his place in the system. As the unit population slowly circulated, old prisoners leaving and new prisoners inducted, Gareth was introduced to each as the head stabilizer, a title he seemed to enjoy. When I saw him a few days before his sentence completion, he looked like a very different prisoner to the one I'd seen in Campaspe the previous year. There was a sense of pride in his eyes that couldn't be faked, and he walked like a man with a purpose as he strolled around the unit. There was always someone beside him, often a small crowd following him. I think that for a lot of the prisoners housed in Macquarie, Gareth gave them something no one else had ever bothered with, and now that they found it, couldn't let it go. What he'd given them was respect. Gareth was released from prison a few days after I saw him that final time in the unit, and, as it so happened, found myself on duty in the sally port as he was being walked through, plastic bag in hand. I identified him that final time, then watched as he walked through that final gate. He held his head high that day, and I wondered whether that would finally be the last time for him. Prison is, of course, a revolving door for too many people, often an escape rather than a punishment. For crooks like Gareth, maybe it offered them an alternative to the lifestyles that consumed them on the outside. As it turned out, that really was the final time Gareth would be in prison. Although a lot of the information that I saw in the media was limited to say the least, it paid off learning the truth from people on the inside. What I never knew was that he was a father to a boy. The lad's mother had been a stripper, and the pair hooked up at a club she worked at. She'd given birth while he was inside and had broken the news to him during the only visit he'd received from her. It may have been one of the reasons why he was always so angry. During his time in jail, he tried to phone her but had no success. The number eventually disconnected entirely, leaving Gareth with no way to contact the mother of his child. As far as I know, he began searching for them almost as soon as he was released from prison. I still remember his smile as he walked out of the Sally Port that day, and I wonder whether he was smiling at what he'd achieved, at getting out, or whether he was smiling because he knew that the time to find his son had finally arrived. It took him a little over 2 weeks to find her, having relocated to another part of the country. She'd started living with another man, and rather than confront her immediately, it was believed that Gareth took up following her for a few days, maybe to ascertain more information about her life. There were a few sketchy pieces of information that filtered through about what exactly happened, but for the most part, it was pretty straightforward. Gareth waited until she finished work one night, followed her home, and confronted her at the front door to her home. The child had been staying at his grandmother's home for the night, and so the house was empty. Once inside, he forced her to call her new boyfriend over, the man clueless as to what awaited him. He made it through the front door before Gareth shot him dead in the hallway. The shots were heard around the neighborhood, and someone called the police. What followed was a 15-hour siege, during which time Gareth repeatedly threatened the woman he held hostage. Police negotiators tried their best to talk him down for many hours, always hopeful of ending the fiasco peacefully. But in the end, the only person that could save Gareth was Gareth himself. The police eventually entered the building as the woman managed to separate herself into another room. Gareth confronted police officers with a firearm, and they shot him dead. A friend of mine told me later that when the news of his death had been shared with the prisoners in Macquarie, a lot of them had wept openly, some describing it like losing a brother. He'd made a lot of difference in the lives of those boys and, unfortunately, failed to make the changes within himself. Although some still mention his name occasionally, very little evidence remains of him ever being there. No one really boxes anymore, and as for Rusty, he was released a few days before the shooting, so I don't know whether he ever found out. He hasn't returned to prison since, but if he does, I will be sure to ask if he's heard. That's the story of Gareth Taylor. Although I always considered him to be plain mean, I sometimes wonder whether the entire mean streak was just the anger of having his only child taken from him the way it was. I guess now we'll never know. Book 4. Introduction. Welcome to another quick glimpse into the lives of real inmates. With this, the 4th trip behind the walls, I wanted to delve into the lives of 2 prisoners that couldn't be more different from each other. They are, as one might say, hanging on to opposite ends of the same rope. The first, Louis Spiteri, is a middle-aged man who's done plenty of prison time in his life, but his jail stints came to an almost complete halt once he hit the big time, a self-named drug baron that considered himself way above the law, too powerful to ever fall from grace. And then we have Noah Feldman, a young and fresh-faced newbie who's in for his first time, on remand and accused of murder. He's going to be fighting for his life in more ways than one, as he commences a new life behind the razor wire. Both of these prisoners face long stretches behind bars, time not their friend as they consider their future. But there are others that also hope to help pass their time, some as help, others to hinder. But one thing's for sure, when the door slams home, they'll both know that arriving was the easy part. Surviving long enough to get out again, that's the challenge. I'll meet you inside, behind the walls, and share another 2 tales from maximum security. Louis Spiteri. Lou Spiteri was huge the moment he entered maximum security. Not just because he was a prolific drug runner outside, but because half his crew was already serving time on the inside. It was as if he had his very own entourage ready and waiting for him. But the team tasked with assigning appropriate accommodation for every prisoner entering our facility knew that placing Spiteri into mainstream wasn't the best idea, given his extremely high profile, not just on the outside, but also in here. High-profile prisoners were considered high risk, not because of anything they were capable of, but rather what they represented to everyone else. Some prisoners would give anything to be the name that ended the life of a high profiler. Gangs also considered them as very attractive targets, especially one such as Spiteri, who was considered an opponent, a leader of the opposition, such as Jobs to Apple and Gates to Microsoft. If they could snuff the lights of Spiteri out, then not only were they reducing the competition, they would also be viewed as a considerable powerhouse within the prison and beyond. So, the vacancy team's job of finding appropriate accommodation for this latest resident was considered quite important for more reasons than just a roof over his head and bars to hold him. He was assigned to Goulburn West, a step-down management unit where he had access to his own property and granted a single cell, but would also be locked down for 22 hours a day and only offered 2 runouts each 24 hours, one inside the unit, the other out in one of the 5 exercise yards where he could enjoy the sunshine and frolic with the pigeons that frequented the fences. It was during his first month in Goulburn West that I was introduced to this high-profile kingpin. What struck me immediately about him was his politeness, always addressing us as sir instead of the normal boss. He used please and thank you whenever requesting something, and never raised his voice. It was as if he really was on a holiday, the surroundings of his current existence seemingly unaffecting him. But this was no ordinary sentence he was serving. The man in for murdering his one-time partner in crime. A life sentence had been handed to him, and he appeared to take the term on the chin, no one ever witnessing a negative reaction from the man. It was odd considering his future, but that was how he played things, as cool as a cucumber. The day I met Louis, another prisoner had spent the previous night flooding his cell and banging up as the night shift officer had refused to change the channel on his television. The cell in question was an observation cell, and the television sat behind a perspex window, so the prisoner was unable to access it. Changing the channel or volume meant buzzing the night shift officer and requesting him to pass through a remote control. But this was dependent on 2 things: what the crook's history was like, and also why he was in the cell to begin with. If the prisoner was in the cell because he was on suicide watch, his level of watch would determine what objects he could have in his cell with him. The highest watch meant he was a high risk and unable to have anything except a canvas gown and a canvas blanket. Both of these items were damage-proof and unable to be used to hurt oneself. He would also be monitored every 15 minutes to ensure he was okay. The prisoner in the OBSO cell was indeed a highest-level suicide watch. He'd been placed on that level due to his refusal to take his psychiatric medication, instead threatening to self-harm if he wasn't moved out of his unit. He was eventually moved to Goulburn West, but under the suicide rating, and he wasn't happy about it. Stiff shit is what we call it because his attempt to manipulate the system had the results he didn't want. There's no way to change the channel on the television without handing the remote control through for the prisoner to use. Because he was on suicide watch level, he couldn't have the remote in his cell for any length of time, so the officer was simply doing his job. So, he decided that flooding his cell and banging up all night would do the trick. He'd used his canvas gown to plug the drain, then ran the shower nonstop. But the officer simply shut the water off to his cell after an hour or so, and the crook had nothing to go on with. Rather than just giving up, he'd moved his mattress in front of his cell door, laid down with his feet on the door, and began to stomp on it for a few hours. The rest of the unit, now awoken by this dickhead's antics, began to burn him in return, the banging and back-and-forth screaming continuing until almost 4 a.m. Louis was amongst the prisoners who had first run out that day, and when I unlocked his cell, shot me a surprised smile. "What the fuck was that last night?" he asked. "Not a good one?" I asked in return, and he just rolled his eyes. "I can see some cunt stabbing that guy in the near future," he replied, and made his way down to the exit door that led into Exercise Yard 2. Yards 2 and 3 were side by side, and I placed another crook by the name of Vince Keene in 3. For the next hour, the pair would pace up and down the fence line in deep conversation, each maintaining pace with the other as they walked side by side. They appeared to get on quite well, and would laugh every now and then, as one would tell the other one something jovial. But it was the glances back at us that worried me, each one shooting us the briefest of looks, almost as if checking to see we weren't near. I could tell they were up to no good, discussing something that they shouldn't have been. It didn't take me long to discover what the topic of that conversation had been, although the proof that the order came from Louis would never surface. It came down to simple logic and following the trail. Shortly after lunchtime count, a crook by the name of Lance Connell had his run out in the main area of the unit together with Tim Russell, the rest of that hour's prisoners out in the yards. The two of them could make phone calls, cook food, or use the gym equipment, which Tim ran to as soon as he was let out. Lance went to the little kitchenette to cook some toast. Weird, considering lunch had been served less than an hour prior. It was quite hot in the unit, and the fans were having little impact in reducing the temperature. In the observation cell, the air would have been stifling, so the outer door had been opened so we could leave the trap down. The inner door, made up of steel-framed perspex, was still closed. It also gave us the benefit of seeing the crook inside, instead of needing to watch him on the monitor. Unfortunately for Jason, the pest currently occupying the OBSO, everyone else could see him as well. And if he didn't think that retribution for the previous night's shenanigans wasn't going to come and bite his arse, then he was sadly mistaken. Lance was in the kitchen for no more than 5 minutes before he emerged, carrying a plate of toast and his milk carton. Every prisoner is given a single carton of milk per day to do with as he pleased. Most used it for coffee and tea, others for breakfast cereal or just to drink. Lance did the latter, in one long swallow so he could use his container. As he walked past the OBSO cell, he saw Jason sitting on his bunk. Jason must have seen Lance carrying the plate of toast past, because he came to a cell door and peered out through the trap. I was busy updating a muster list on the computer at the time, but footage showed what transpired next. Lance calmly walked towards the OBSO cell, made out to give Jason the toast, then flung whatever liquid was in his opened milk carton at the trap. Jason, who was peering out through the opening with hope for a free feed, copped the liquid directly in the face, the screams of agony penetrating the unit almost instantly. The liquid that struck him was what can only be described as a watery toffee. It was boiling water mixed with enough sugar to make a sticky substance that was watery enough to pour, yet gooey enough to stick to any surface and cling to it. The syrup instantly melted Jason's face, as well as causing temporary blindness in one eye. He was lucky not to have been blinded permanently by the vicious assault. The end result of the boiling sugar bomb on his delicate facial skin was permanent scarring and an endless scream of pain as officers cuffed a compliant Lance who simply stood before the door with a wide grin and his hands held out in front of him. I opened the OBSO cell door and dragged Jason into the shower after I called the code. The medical staff arrived to a unit filled with the cheers of triumph and immediately went to work on helping the targeted crook. They eventually moved him out of the unit and down to the medical wing before sending him to hospital via ambulance. The hit on Jason was a lot more vicious than normal, probably because it came from someone higher up in the food chain. Lance's cell was right next door to Vince, and there's no doubt in my mind that the order was passed from Louis to Vince to Lance, and probably further until the right moment presented itself. The payment for such a hit would have been very little, if anything, but Lance would have gained favor with the top dog in the unit, if not the prison. Louis was considered royalty within the walls and could have asked for Jason's head instead, and someone would have made it happen. That night, the unit slept a lot sounder than the one before. When I returned to the unit the following day, Louis made a point of highlighting this fact with a wink that I understood perfectly. "See what I did for the boys?" that wink said, and it was an act he never had to answer for. The Jason incident wasn't the only one orchestrated by Louis Spiteri during his stay in Goulburn West. Although isolated from the rest of the prison, as well as most of the prisoners in his own unit, he still had a way of communicating his orders whenever and wherever he needed to get them. There are several methods he could utilize, including, I'm sad to say, crooked officers. While most officers abide by the rules of their position, myself included in that lot, there are some that don't. These officers might be swayed with financial rewards, sexual favors from hired help on the outside, or even something as simple as respect and friendship. The latter, unfortunately, is one more common than you would believe. Officers breaking the law simply for that little bit of attention. Carrie Henderson was a 7-year veteran before she met Louis, an officer that openly despised the very sight of crooks. She would treat them like shit every opportunity she had, often belittling them in front of their peers with very little regard for the safety of herself or those working with her. There was one particular prisoner who had been flagged as never being housed in the same, or even adjoining unit as Louis Spiteri. Although some staff had objected to Colin Mann being housed in the prison at all, the powers that be deemed the risk to his safety as being too minor, thus transferring him into Tambo West later that year. It didn't take long for word to get back to Louis about who'd just been welcomed into that particular unit. By then, the kingpin had already established himself throughout the prison as a man who paid well to those who did his bidding. Drugs, tobacco, and alcohol for those inside, and sexual and financial rewards when outside the prison. He never had a shortage of people ready to do his bidding, having his deeds fulfilled with a simple snap of his fingers. Colin lasted a single night before the message hit home. He'd arrived in the unit a little after 3 that day, already quite late in the prison day, with final lockup only a couple of hours away. He'd been housed in a 2-outer cell with a small-time crook named Lenny Rankman, in for a couple of burglary charges. He was also a heavy ice user, and as most of us know, the best way to get a user to do anything is with the promise of drugs. Colin Mann had been a thief during his living years, starting small with shoplifting as a kid, before promoting himself up to houses and factories by late teens. He was another one that began a lifelong partnership with ICE, eventually turning his attention to carjacking and home invasions. One of his hits had been an elderly woman who'd driven her brand-new Toyota Corolla into the driveway of her home late one evening after a night out with friends playing bingo. Colin Mann just happened to be walking past and spotted the woman, quite frail in her movements, as she stepped out from the car. Colin later described her as the perfect target, as she looked quite vulnerable. He knew he could get a bit for the car and went for it, knocking the old woman down and breaking her hip in the process. She also sprained a wrist and sustained a black eye during the assault. What Colin didn't know was that the car had been a gift from the lady's son only the previous week, a 75th birthday present. Her son had gone to the local dealership and paid cash for it, with money he'd made from his extensive street business. The lady's son was Louis Spiteri, and it didn't take long for him to put a hit out on the cunt that robbed his dear old mom. Colin must have gotten wind of his victim's identity because he disappeared without a trace, some surmising that he'd been done away with. But when he was arrested during an armed robbery almost 2 years later, the news proved music to Louis' ears. His body was found in the bottom bunk, his cellmate claiming he didn't hear a thing. But the ligature marks around the deceased's neck told a different story. Lenny eventually confessing to strangling Colin with one of his own shoelaces. When the police interviewed Lenny, he showed them the note that he'd received the previous day. When Intel searched the camera footage from the previous evening, it didn't take them long to discover the note's origin and the terrifying truth of its carrier. Terrifying for us as officers, anyway. Lenny had been handed the note by a crook called Buster as he returned from the kitchen with a meal trolley containing the unit's dinner. When the Intel crew followed the trolley back to the kitchen, they found the crook was stopped about halfway back to the unit by Carrie Henderson, her passing him the note clearly on camera. They focused their attention on her and followed her back to Goulburn West, where she'd been sitting and chatting to officers throughout the day. Although not rostered in the unit herself, her assigned role provided her with enough free time throughout her shift to go visiting. Other officers noted later that Carrie often stopped by during her workday. She would answer crooks banging on traps as a way of helping the unit's staff, who might have been busy conducting runouts and stuff, thereby lessening their workload. It was during one of these trap visits that footage showed her reaching into a trap to retrieve something. It showed whatever had been handed her to go straight into her pocket, and within minutes leave the unit altogether, heading for the kitchen corridor where she no doubt knew who to give it to. But Louis was a lot smarter than to write the note himself, especially when putting out the call on a man who'd assaulted his mum. The trap that Carrie had received the note from was Lance's, the crook occupying the cell next door to Louis. The handwriting matched Lance's, and although he continuously denied any involvement, was eventually charged with being an accessory. Louis escaped all charges, never directly connected to the hit. Lenny was charged with murder, and the charge is still waiting to be dealt with at the time of this writing. Louis didn't remain in Goulburn West, eventually shipping out to another prison entirely. There's another maximum security facility about an hour away, and it houses a plethora of lifers within its walls, so it only proved logical that Louis would eventually find his way there. But his stay would prove to be a short one. Several days after arriving, a newspaper article was released that purported to come from a very reliable source on the inside. The article described the Kingpin as a real powerhouse within the walls, one who controlled other prisoners with an iron fist. The hit on Louis came about an hour after unlock on the day that particular newspaper article came out, other prisoners within Louis' unit not taking the news too well at being described as weaker prisoners bowing to the Kingpin's will. Whilst out in one of the exercise yards, 3 young crooks beat the living shit out of Louis, stomping on his head after he hit the ground hard and stabbing him 4 times with a nail shiv. His injuries were substantial, and he was rushed to the hospital in a coma, remaining in intensive care for 3 weeks. Medical staff weren't sure about his chances, some saying that he wouldn't see the following day, others unsure as to how he'd pull out of the coma altogether. But Louis did pull through, and recovered with a fresh scar above his right eye and 4 puncture marks across his chest. His brain injury disappeared shortly after, and he ended up back with us almost 2 months after his assault. He was transferred straight to Murray South and remains there to this day. The boys in the unit welcomed him with open arms, already aware of the kind of influence the man held. 2 of the 3 prisoners that attacked him were released from jail by the time Louis was released from the hospital, and both disappeared within a few weeks, family and friends not hearing from the pair again. Although there are some that believe the pair took off after being involved in a drug deal gone wrong, whispers are floating around that Louis' crew avenged their boss's hit, the 2 crooks made to disappear for good. We can only wait and see what the passage of time will bring, and I'll be sure to keep you updated on just how that little mystery works out, if it ever will. An investigation was launched into Carrie Henderson's professional conduct, and what it exposed made a lot of officers mightily pissed off. Our jobs are already hard enough considering the environment we work in, but to have an officer undermine everything we do makes it that much more difficult. Carrie had been not only giving Louis extra attention, but it was found that she had ongoing relationships with 4 other prisoners. The other staff she worked with in her main unit, Tambo West, had previously spoken to the supervisors about how she conducted herself around specific prisoners, some of which would constantly hang around the officer's station. The intel staff investigated CCTV footage from the previous year and found instances where Carrie would exit the unit with the rest of the staff at the completion of her shift, then double back after informing her colleagues that she'd left something behind. After returning to the unit, she would crack the cell door of whoever she fancied, providing extra attention to, and disappear inside for 15 to 20 minutes at a time. But with no camera footage from within the cells, I will leave whatever happened in there up to your vivid imagination, although I doubt you will need a lot. Carrie had also cracked the cell door of Louis on a couple of occasions where other unit staff were either too busy to notice or the staff were inexperienced to recognize the scam. She would duck in for 5 or so minutes at a time and finish whatever she was doing before anyone else noticed. The cells of various crooks were extensively searched, and a number of questionable photographs were seized, all nude and full frontal, some from behind. Although none of the photos had faces, what ultimately gave Carrie away was a very tiny tattoo of an owl sitting just below the back of her neck. Carrie Henderson was escorted to the governor's office early one morning after entering the prison for a shift. After being presented with all the facts, including the tattoo, she finally confessed to providing favors to half a dozen crooks. Her payment? Friendship. Her excuse was that she led a lonely life and wanted to provide some warm company to men. She was subsequently fired on the spot and walked off-site, never to return. Well, actually, as unbelievable as it sounds, she did in fact return a few months later, as a visitor, in to see Louis almost weekly. But she wasn't the only visitor he would have during his time here. Sentenced prisoners are entitled to 3 visits from family and friends during their incarceration. They could, however, have as many legal visits as they needed. Louis required a legal visit with his lawyer each and every week, and each and every week she would turn up in her tight skirt suit and wait for her client in one of the legal rooms that were housed within the visit center. Although none of the officers were able to interfere in the actual visits, most had a fair idea of what was happening behind closed doors. It wasn't until the day a phone call was received during one such legal visit that we finally had the confirmation we needed. The lawyer's office had called and were needing to get in touch with her urgently regarding a matter that was currently in court. The officer who took the message wasn't a knock on the door and wait kind of guy, and when he approached the closed door with a tiny window, tapped and opened the door in one motion. He excused himself as he stuck his head in and then simply stared into the room, a beaming Louis sitting on one of the chairs. The lawyer was kneeling before him and was in the middle of inflating his balls via his penis, looking back with shock as she grasped his dick in her fingers. The officer told us later that Louis began to laugh as the young blonde lady wiped her chin and rebuttoned her blouse, color flushing her cheeks. The thing was, she wasn't just someone that was paid to pretend to be a lawyer and come to the prison to service her client with sexual favors. She actually was a real-life lawyer. We never found out her reasons for doing what she did, but we can only assume. The officer did report his findings, and the young lady was subsequently banned from attending the jail for 1 year. From that day on, Louis only had his 3 weekly visits, 2 with his wife and children, and a 3rd with his girlfriend. At the time of this writing, he has recently launched another appeal, but the last I heard, a male lawyer visited him. Where this latest appeal will take him, I do not know, but what I can tell you is that Louis Spiteri remains in Murray South, his days spent reading in his cell. He communicates with other crooks the way they all do, by shouting under their cell doors or while out in the exercise yards. Although he still has plenty of people willing to do his bidding, Louis seems to have quietened considerably since his own attack, preferring the company of books. His latest read? The Count of Monte Cristo. Noah Feldman. While Louis Spiteri sat on one end of the prison hierarchy, Noah Feldman sat on the other. A 20-year-old who looked far younger than his years, drawing a grin from officers and prisoners who saw him for the first time. When I first saw him, I asked my offsider at the time whether there was a tour of school kids currently in the jail. The kid looked no older than 15. his shoulder-length, wavy blonde hair not doing him any favors. To say I was shocked at this kid's arrival into the prison is an understatement. I had the pleasure of conducting this kid's arrival interview as soon as he stepped off the transport bus. I was rostered in admissions on this particular day, and Noah was one of almost 20 prisoners transferring in that day. He looked just as you'd expect a 15-year-old to look, getting off the bus, surrounded by crooks ranging in ages from 19 to 74, most in for their second, third, and more time. One crook, Percy White, was returning for his 14th time, a serial drink driver who didn't care about rules. He looked like a wino direct from the streets, a long and filthy beard matching his straggly gray and brown hair. "Name," the officer with the prisoner folder said as he began to identify each of the new arrivals. He looked at Noah, but the kid's eyes remained firmly fixed on the ground before him. "Name," the officer repeated, taking a step towards him. "Noah," he whispered, the word barely audible, despite the rest of the area being silent. "Try again," the officer said, and Noah repeated his name with a little more conviction as he began to blush fiercely. The officer continued down the line and, once he finished, locked them into 3 separate holding cells. Once all the prisoners were off the bus and inside the cells, another officer and myself began the process of interviewing each crook. The interview included updating and confirming the prisoners' next of kin details, informing them of their unit allocation, taking their photo for their prisoner ID, confirming they have no SASH concerns, and also to answer any questions they may have. It's normally at that point where some prisoners will try and manipulate their unit assignment by claiming to have issues with prisoners housed in their destination unit. Noah was exactly how you'd imagine him to be: quiet, one-word answers, and unable to make eye contact. He'd look past me every now and then where another crook was being interviewed. If someone walked past us, he'd try and glance at them sideways, hiding his gaze as best he could. I asked him the usual questions and noted his answers on the computer, then checked his charges. I was surprised to see that the young lad sitting before me had just a single one, a lonely, solitary accusation that stood between him and freedom. The charge was one of murder, and judging by the answers he gave me, thought himself guilty of it. Although normally a perfect candidate for the youth unit or one of the quieter induction ones, the powers that be were not smiling down on him that day. Most of those units filled the capacity. He'd been assigned to Thompson East, and I shuddered at the thought of him going there. The unit housed a decent number of bikies, several African gang members, and a significant number of violent offenders. To try and help him out a little, I phoned the team responsible for unit allocation, describing the young, fresh-faced kid sitting before me, but they overruled me, saying places were limited. I made sure to not let my concerns show to Noah and led him back to the holding cell to wait for the rest of the process to continue. Once I finished all the interviews, I went to help the officers processing the new arrival's property. About the 4th or so crook to come along was Noah, and a couple of older heads began to taunt the kid. "Holy fuck, does your mummy know where you are?" said one, other officers joining in the laughter. "Justin Bieber's brother here. The boy's gonna love stroking your pretty fucking hair tonight," another chimed in. I could see the kid struggling as the taunting continued and tried to hurry the process along. I could see the relief on his face as we packed his things into a bag and handed it to him, pointing him in the direction of the strip rooms. Once he was done, I walked him back to the cell and continued the process for the remaining new arrivals. Noah had court a few days later, and when I saw him next, didn't recognize him at first. Only after someone pointed him out to me did I see the scared kid from a few days prior. He'd clippered his hair down to the scalp, the blonde locks well and truly gone. The stubble on his head resembled a 5 o'clock shadow, and he continued to stare at his feet whenever called upon. I had the honor of stripping him this time, and the process went by without a hitch. Despite him trying his best to cup his package, he had no choice to let them out once I had him splay his fingers for inspection. Once he was fully dressed again, I took Noah to go and sit in a cell and wait for his transport, grabbing his breakfast of cereal and milk along the way. It would be the first trip into court for him, but in no way his last. Noah's court case was scheduled to last for 6 to 8 weeks, and for crooks that have extended cases such as this tend to struggle emotionally throughout the ordeal. The bus arrives about 20 minutes later, and I help load the crooks aboard, 17 joining the young first-timer. Once the bus leaves, I head back inside to continue with my day. Court buses will often not return until well in the afternoon, making the whole day an extremely long one for those involved. While there are always a few that tend to make the most of a trip beyond the walls by trying their hardest to be as difficult throughout as possible, most just want to get on with it and have the matter dealt with. By getting their cases resolved, stress and worry can be eliminated in an instant if the prisoner learns their ultimate fate by getting that final verdict handed down. Guilty? Great. Tell me how long I need to be jailed for. Innocent? Fabulous. Let me go. For most of them, they just want to know, that's all, so they can prepare mentally for the road ahead. Noah returned to the prison shortly before the end of my shift that day. When I helped unload the bus, he looked deflated in every sense of the word. His gaze never rose above the floor, eye contact a definite no-no. He seemed to trudge into the holding cell and didn't converse with anyone. Other crooks were loudly sharing their day out with each other, an occasional demand thrown at the officers walking them to their respective cells. I was handed all the prisoners' paperwork as they were unloaded, and I saw Noah's case had been adjourned for the following day. I also took a peek at his indent, a collection of paperwork that includes personal details, charge details, and outcomes, and saw that his murder charge was for killing a 19-year-old girl. He'd been accused of running his girlfriend over in his car after she tried to break up with him. He'd been under the influence of drugs at the time, and as far as I could tell, hadn't denied the charge. It was about 10 minutes after the bus had been emptied that things kicked off. The other officers and myself were busy processing the returning prisoners back into the prison, namely conducting strip searches and reissuing the crooks their uniforms, when we heard some sort of commotion from the far end of the corridor. There was a lot of yelling and screaming, and some of us ran for the holding cells located down there. As we neared the area, we could hear the distinct sounds of fists on skin and bone, someone clearly getting their butt whooped. A quick peek in through the traps, and one of the lads discovered 2 crooks busily at it in one of the cells, a third watching on. He cracked the door, and we all squeezed in and pulled the pair out, cuffing each and walking them to separate cells. One of the pair was Noah, a deep gash spewing blood from above his left eye. The other eye looked almost completely closed, and his bottom lip was also cut. He looked like he'd been through a few rounds with an MMA fighter and appeared groggy on his feet. His attacker was a man called Will Denholm, a 44-year-old in for breaching an intervention order. The man stood a good foot above Noah and outweighed him by at least 100 pounds. When he was sat down in one of the cells, he wore the grin of someone that had just finished a good deed, clearly pleased with his effort. "Did good, did you?" I asked, and he just stared back at me. Must feel great to beat up a kid less than half your age. He never stopped grinning, just staring blankly back, not a mark on him. The good thing for us was that the cell they were in was one of the monitored ones, and subsequent viewing of the footage showed the man stand above Noah, pointing at the other crook in the cell and then to Noah's shoes. After interviewing all 3 crooks individually, it was ascertained that Will had taken it on himself to try and get the shoes Noah was wearing for the third crook in the cell, as he looked to be a similar size. The third man in the cell was also Will's cellmate, and from the footage, looked as if Will was trying to win favor with the other kid, also aged in his early 20s. Noah ended up in the medical unit, and when I saw him again the following morning, his face was swollen and bruised. Despite being told that he wouldn't need to attend court date due to his injuries, he refused, instead insisting on going. Although he limped due to being kneed in the thigh, he walked unaided through each of the morning's processes and eventually boarded the bus. It had been his first altercation in jail, but was by no means his last. The next time this kid would get on the wrong end of an argument with another prisoner, everything would change. I went away on annual leave shortly after that first assault on Noah, not returning to work for almost 3 weeks. The first couple of weeks back were spent in different units, none housing him, so I didn't see the kid for almost 3 months, almost 2 weeks after his final court appearance. He was found guilty of second-degree murder, and his sentencing was scheduled for the following month. He'd been returned to his previous unit once his injuries had healed, and he seemed to be coping with his new life inside. But another incident sparked a chain of events that would end with some not-so-pretty outcomes. Another crook had transferred into Thompson East the previous week, and it didn't take long for the newcomer to begin standing over some of the weaker prisoners. He'd helped himself to a boatload of snacks, soft drinks, and toiletries, sometimes simply entering cells and confronting their occupants, then walking out with a bag over his shoulder. Most of the prisoners didn't want to engage in confrontations, as their sentences were only light ones and fighting would only add to their terms. Jason Payton had already served several sentences and stood about 6'2" without shoes on. Although quite chubby, there was a look in his eye that seemed to win him most of his battles. He didn't appear to fear anything, and hence went toe-to-toe with the best of them. But the smaller, weaker prisoners were his favorite target, often bragging about his conquests to the rest of the population. I was on general duties on one particular day when a code foxtrot in Thompson East was called over the radio. I wasn't doing anything special at that particular moment and headed to the unit to lend a hand. When I walked through the airlock with a number of other officers, I could see Noah lying on the ground by one of the cell doors. He didn't look in very good shape, and as I neared him, saw that he was unconscious. Jason was struggling with a couple of officers, and once a couple more came to their aid, managed to cuff him and lead him out of the unit. I stood by Noah as the nurses began to work on him, then helped load him onto a stretcher before wheeling him to the medical wing. He was eventually sent into the hospital, where he spent 3 weeks recovering before returning to our prison. The investigation ended with the sacking of one officer, Jason being transferred out of the unit and also charged with assault. The sacked officer had not only ignored a personal request for help from Noah directly, but also took possession of a note that was dropped on the kid. Another prisoner came forward the following day asking to speak to the supervisor. When he met with her, he said that a few of the boys had written a note asking for the kid to be removed from the unit because he was being stood over by Jason. The prisoner watched the officer in question find the note, read it, then crumple it up before tossing it into the bin. When the supervisor passed the information on to the intel unit, they checked CCTV footage which corroborated the prisoner's information. When confronted with the footage, as well as the rest of the accusations, the officer said he chose to ignore the info because he wanted to see the little prick get his arse handed to him. Like I've said before, as an officer, there's no room for personal feelings. Officers have a duty to provide safety and security to prisoners and staff. Although your own moral compass may see you struggle with a person's crime, You must remain completely neutral when it comes to providing a duty of care. Once he was well enough to return to the jail, the powers in charge of the unit placements decided that Noah should be removed from mainstream altogether and put into a protection unit. They felt that because of the prisoner's inability to defend himself, it was more suited to a unit where the majority of the residents were claiming the old-aged pension when out in the real world. The average age of all the residents in Lawton South is 62, almost the same number as there are prisoners in the unit. The most common crime committed by its residents are sex crimes and crimes against children, although there are also a couple of more delicate cases currently residing in Lawton South, such as Anthony Annie Parker, a pre-op transvestite who enjoys providing private lap dances to those who know how to pay, as well as Reggie Nelson, a 20-something-year-old whose brain is so fried from drugs he struggles to comprehend the day of the week. But for the most part, Lawton South is filled with old-age pedophiles who enjoy touching little kids. Anyone else see a problem here? I wasn't there the first day Noah was brought into Lawton South, but I was there the following one. The unit was already at near capacity, and the young prisoner was set up in a cell with another prisoner called Joseph Turner. Joseph was a recent arrival, aged in his mid-70s, and in for fiddling his neighbor's children. When I arrived the following morning and conducted morning muster, Noah was sitting up on the top bunk, appearing to cry into his pillow. Joseph waved his hand at me when I called for it, a required action to confirm the prisoners are alive and well. I asked Noah if he was okay, and he just waved at me, not making eye contact. "He's just settling in," Joseph said, and I closed the trap, making a mental note to check on the young fellow during the morning. The rest of the morning muster went smoothly, and we unlocked the unit not long after. Although the morning began with a rush of jobs to complete, the workload began to fade shortly after 10, and once I handed out the final request form, decided to do a quick tier walk. Once I arrived at Noah's cell up on the top deck, I stuck my head in to see how he was doing. He was still sitting on his bunk, his back propped against the wall with a pillow held in his lap. I could tell by his bloodshot eyes that he'd continued crying well after unlock and needed to find out whether it was because of his new life or some other incident that had taken place. He wasn't really forthcoming with information, and so I tried to deflect his attention to something else. I asked him how far his sentencing was away, and, although initially silent, eventually whispered to me. "I don't know if I can do this," he said, still staring at his pillow. "Do you need someone to talk to? I can get a psych nurse to have a chat with you." He shook his head, refusing the help. "I know it can get tough at the start, but there are always other options, Noah. There are people here to help you." I could tell the kid was depressed, jail time not going easy for him. He didn't respond, and, in the end, I had few options. Although he'd refused my offer for help, I still phoned the psych nurse to inform them of what I'd seen. I had a duty of care that I needed to uphold, and as long as I made others aware of the situation, I'd done my bit. I still checked in on him a few times throughout the day, but when the nurse came to see him, he refused to attend the consultation room. Sometimes, despite seeing the obvious, you can't force help on someone that doesn't want it. By the time we locked the unit down that evening, his demeanor had changed slightly as Noah began to interact with one of the other prisoners. They appeared to engage in conversation, and it was one of the few times that I saw Noah smile, the topic of their discussion being some computer game I'd never heard of. As we locked the cell doors, I walked around with my muster board as one of my offsiders locked the doors behind me. I poked my head into Noah's cell, and he actually wished me a good night, a sign I took as things looking up. I returned to Loudon South the following day, and the second the unit was unlocked, watched as Noah and his new friend, Tyler Jeffrey, caught up at the Toasters. Once they'd cooked their breakfast, they headed to one of the tables and sat down to eat whilst restarting their previous evening's conversation. While the rest of the unit went about their usual activities, the new friends remained at the table until lunchtime count, leaving only for occasional bathroom breaks. After the muster was called correct, they went out into the exercise yard and began to pace back and forth, the pair deep in conversation. Noah looked comfortable around his new friend, and given his muscly build, probably offered him an extra sense of security as well. The rest of that shift went like clockwork, and by the time the final lockup was done, the unit seemed quiet and content. Noah again wishing me a good night when I checked in on him. It looked as though things might have been looking up for him at last. I was rostered right next door in Loudon North the following day, and the shift went pretty well. There was a code mic called for Loudon South just after lunchtime count, and, at the time, didn't think much of it, considering the elderly clientele of the unit. Code mics were quite normal, with plenty of ailments and injuries occurring in a unit filled with seniors. It was just after 3 o'clock when a prisoner needed to be escorted to admissions for some property, and I offered to escort him. Once there, I saw a line of prisoners already waiting at the counter, and as my prisoner was protection, locked him into a cell to wait for the counter to clear. I headed around to the main desks to say hi, and whilst chatting to the officer there, saw a familiar face on one of the monitors. It was Noah, sitting in one of the holding cells, the old vacant expression having returned. He was sitting forward on the bench with his hands folded into his lap. He looked sad, almost scared as he stared at the floor before him. I asked the officer what was happening with him and was shocked when he told me. Noah had been sexually assaulted by his new friend, Tyler. The older crook had lured his younger and much smaller victim to a cell with the promise of some free canteen items, and once he had him inside, closed the door and punched him several times in the face before pushing him onto his bunk and raping him not once, but twice. Noah sustained a black eye, a fractured cheekbone, and a cut to his ear. I could see him sitting on some sort of pillow, so assumed the damage down below wasn't pretty either. He was in a cell awaiting for the police who'd interview him, the nurses having temporarily cleared him for the discussion after taking blood samples and tending to his fresh wounds. Once the interview was over, a few hours later, Noah was taken to hospital for an overnight stay and several more blood tests. They needed to test him for diseases due to the nature of his assault. Just like an officer with a needle stick injury, or who'd been spat on, Noah now had a 12-week-long wait for the test results to confirm whether he'd contracted a disease or not. Some might say Noah was getting exactly what he deserved for his heinous crime, suffering wherever he was placed. I try not to have an opinion on that part because of my responsibility as an officer. Opinions can get in the way of what I'm required to do, so leave mine at the front door when I enter the prison. The placement team had very little choice but to move Noah into Murray South, a unit where he could be almost guaranteed his safety. By being placed into a management unit, he would lose most of his freedom, remaining locked down for 23 hours per day. He would also lose access to some of his property, with certain items not allowed within the unit. But comparing what he would lose to what he would gain would lean heavily in his favor. Noah would remain virtually isolated from the bulk of the population, only sharing his runouts with those deemed suitable. Even then, his runouts would be in yards that would keep him isolated, so the chances of him being attacked were virtually nil. But moving him into a management unit was only a part-time measure. The vacancy team would wait for a spot to open in the youth unit so Noah would be amongst prisoners around his own age, thereby lessening the chances of being taken advantage of. Although not a completely violent-free area, the unit did have a one-strike-and-you're-out rule, which discouraged a lot of crooks from breaking the rules. Noah would spend 7 weeks in Murray South, during which time he was sentenced to 14 years. He took the news hard and spent quite some time in a depressed state, but, given his crime, wasn't surprised by the length of incarceration thrust upon him. It was his move to the youth unit that broke his depression, and from the first day, fit in with his new neighbors. He made friends and involved himself in some of the unit's daily activities. It appeared as if he'd finally found his place. But prison life, wherever it was, never went for long without some sort of hiccup. It was within his first month in the new unit that Noah had his first altercation with a bigger lad. The fight had been over a pair of shoes Noah had, and he sustained yet another shiner and a broken nose. The other crook was shipped off to mainstream, while Noah visited the medical unit for a couple of days. The fight wasn't his last, or the injuries he sustained the final ones. Tensions in a unit rise and fall like an ocean tide, and when they were high, arguments would often boil over. Being one of the smaller crooks made him a popular target for those too scared to fight someone their own size. But Noah eventually made friends, some much bigger than him despite their young age. They provided him with some protection and, for the most part, kept him from too many fights. Noah transferred out of our prison a few months ago, headed to a medium-security facility. He still sits there today, and, as far as I know, is relatively injury-free. He still has quite a few years to go, but from what I've heard, is doing okay. He'll eventually get to a point, like so many before him, where the days will simply slip by as if on rails, time passing as he looks forward to his release in the distant future. Book 5. Introduction. I think after reading my previous books, you would have a fair idea of what life is truly like behind the walls. There are so many stories that will not only make you laugh out loud, but also chill you to the bone with some of the perversions that go on here. But then, occasionally, there are some things that are better left for the shadows, never to see the light of day again once brought inside the fences. The first prisoner has such a story. There are many reasons and excuses people use to try and justify what they have done. The two most common that I hear and read about are substance abuse and mental illness. You will also know that I try and limit my own feelings and reactions to a minimum throughout my books. The reason being that I prefer to leave the decisions to you, to make up your own mind as to what is deemed inappropriate or just plain fucked up. When it comes to hurting children, I don't care what the excuses are, because no excuse could ever justify hurting a child. Never. And yet, the horrors that cross the desks of prison officers around the world can have such lasting impacts on them as they are forced to deal with inmates without prejudice. I've never had an issue with dealing with criminals, often avoiding their charge sheets altogether when I know they've wronged children in brutal ways. But Duc Tran was different, and for reasons I still cannot explain, I forced myself to read his charge sheet, to understand just what he did. It was the first time in my entire career that I was unable to finish an induction interview. Is it because I'm a dad? Maybe I have less tolerance for that sort of thing because of my parental instinct. Whatever the reason, I just want to say that when it comes to children, there is never, ever a good enough reason that you can give me to justify hurting a child. The second story is about a man that has managed to live his life for one purpose, to make yours as miserable as possible. Fletcher Livingston hates everybody, including himself. And it's that hate that fuels his anger towards anyone and anything that ventures too close to him. He doesn't shower, preferring to stink up the immediate area around him. I guess in his mind, it helps with keeping pesky people away from him. It works for the most part, but sometimes people, such as yours truly, have no choice but to venture close enough to smell him. And that's when the abuse starts. A man angry with the world and everyone in it. It's time to venture inside one more time, behind the walls, and listen to the stories of the prisoners that live there. Duke Tran. The man that would forever change my own belief when it came to the term "without prejudice" arrived in the prison just after lunchtime muster on a hot summer's day. I'd been on general duties for the most part of the morning, but when an officer in admissions needed to go home, I was asked to replace him, a task I happily fulfilled. The morning rush had already been completed, and the outgoing prisoners were all sitting in their holding cells, patiently waiting for their transport buses. There were a couple of prisoners conversing under their respective doors, and one of the officers was trying to get them to stop, their voices vastly amplified along the concrete-lined corridor. "For the love of God, would you two please shut the fuck up?" I heard the officer almost sneer through gritted teeth. The pair seemed to listen, but before I reached the staff room to stow my gear, heard their voices restart, although a little softer. The transport buses were all loaded by the time lunchtime muster was called, and as we watched the final one leave, returned into an almost silent admissions building. There were a couple of crooks sitting in cells down the other end, all of whom were awaiting their urine test, but for the most part, the area sat empty as we now waited for the arrival of the incoming transfers. I was chatting to the officer manning the book when I saw the names on the incoming transfer list. None seemed to jump out at me, and I handed the sheet of paper back before heading to the lunchroom for a cup of tea. There was very little to do, and so we sat around talking shit for an hour or so. Once we received the call from control that the first of the transfer buses had just entered the jail, we all prepared for the next 10 minutes. I called out for the billets to heat the lunch packs for the prisoners, while another officer prepped the property box conveyor belt that would feed the tubs into the building, directly from the bus outside. Once the paperwork was checked and all the prisoners' transfers confirmed, it was handed to Bob Nelson, one of the regulars. He asked for 3 other officers to help him, and I followed him out to the bus. He gave the signal for the crooks to be let out, and they slowly shuffled out from their individual compartments, forming a line before him. Once the first dozen were quietly waiting, Bob slowly approached the first and had him call out his name, date of birth, and prisoner number. These were checked against the prisoner's indent, a photo compared with each as a secondary measure, after which Bob would move on to the next. It took a few minutes to work through the line, but once all the crooks were satisfactorily identified, I led them into one of the holding cells, one of the billets standing by the open door with a tray filled with lunch packs. Each prisoner took one and headed inside while the process outside began with the second dozen. Lunch was a great way to keep the crooks quiet during their first 20 or so minutes in the cell. By the time the bus was emptied and all the bodies were sitting in the cells chomping on chow, myself and another officer called Dave Willington were tasked with conducting initial interviews, while the rest of the crew commenced strip searches. It was an okay role and one I didn't mind too much. It meant I was practically sitting behind a desk for the afternoon, talking to a range of prisoners about different things. While for some, this trip would be their first. For others, it could be their 10th. Dave was prepped before me and went to get his first. He asked if I was ready for one, and I shot him a thumbs up, thanking him. He returned a few seconds later with 2 prisoners in tow, and I directed the first one to take a seat before me. It was common to process the protection prisoners first, as they could then be cleared from the building before the mainstreamers were let out. The prisoners that Dave was now walking back to our tables were the only two boners on the bus that day. After identifying the crook and pulling up his file on my computer, the initial questions were breezed through with relative ease. Things like updating his next of kin, whether he was on regular medication, a smoker, known issues with other prisoners, things like that. It was the last question that his reaction seemed to highlight something. He'd been slowly moving his gaze around the room, looking everywhere except directly at me. It wasn't really anything I hadn't seen before, as it happened quite regularly. But when I asked him that final question, he seemed to pause for a split second before turning his attention directly at me. He stared at me with eyes that seemed to ask a question of their own, almost as if he was wondering why I didn't know who he was. "Don't you know?" his eyes seemed to ask. And for that entire exchange, I didn't. But then, I scrolled down the page a bit, down to where his charges were listed, and as I read the first line, an explosion of adrenaline hit my stomach as a rush of memories flooded back. The prisoner sitting before me was one that had repulsed everyone who had ever been born with a conscience. Although he'd been in the system for a little over 2 years already by the time I met him, his reputation hadn't diminished at all. He had one of those names that was quite common, but now that I knew just which Duke Tran I had before me, my relaxed state evaporated instantly. Murder was his first charge, followed by rape, kidnapping, assault, and drug possession. While the kidnapping and assault charges were related to his girlfriend, it was the murder charge that wasn't. He had beaten the shit out of her before dragging her out to his car and forcing her into the boot. But his actions that day did not start with his girlfriend, her beating, or her subsequent kidnapping. The actions that had spiraled out of control had to do with a young baby, a young boy by the name of Jet. The young woman who had met Duke Tran at a family gathering the previous month had given birth to a son only 6 weeks prior. The pregnancy had been the result of a brief fling with a man she had met at a club, and thus wasn't involved in the baby's life. Although a charming young man at the party, Duke Tran was actually severely addicted to ice and prone to violence. The young mum tried on several occasions to stop Tran from visiting her, but he refused to listen, harassing the woman repeatedly. On the day in question, he texted her on several occasions, asking if she wanted to go out with him. She had declined, and Duke Tran became so enraged that he went to her house, assaulted her with a baseball bat before raping her. As the woman broke free and tried to shield her baby, this piece of shit tore the baby from his mother's arms, snapped the bub's spine over his knee, then threw the baby onto the ground and stomped it to death. The mother went into shock and lost consciousness as the cunt dragged her to his car. Every prisoner is given a copy of their charges and statements, and most keep them in their property. Once Duke Tran had his property processed, I went and grabbed the folder and had a read, getting a handle on the finer details, which I just shared with you. But sitting there opposite to him, knowing the basics of what he'd done, I struggled. I remember my hands shaking as I tried my best to keep my emotions under control. My anger was building exponentially, and I knew that any minute I was going to lose it. "Here, jump in there for a sec," I said to him, as I stood and pointed at one of the cells. I needed a break, and although I knew that he could see how reading his charges had affected me, I didn't care. Once he was sitting in the cell and I locked the door, I went around to where the other boys were processing prisoners and tapped out. One of the senior staff clapped me on the back, understanding exactly what I'd just experienced, and offered to finish the interview. I thanked him and silently jumped into the strip rooms to help. Sometimes it's just better to ask for help. I remember driving home that night and running the interview back through my mind. I had a heavy feeling in my stomach as I recalled looking into his face, not a hint of guilt to be seen. I thought of the poor baby that he'd killed and the young mom that watched helplessly. I'm not ashamed to say that within 10 minutes of leaving the prison, I was crying. He ended up being transferred to Yara South, and when I was rostered in that unit about a month later, found myself face to face with him once again. It was just after unlock, and I was sitting in the officer's station checking my emails. "Hey, boss," a voice suddenly said, and when I looked up from the computer screen, saw him looking at me from less than 3 feet away. "Yes?" I asked, my mood instantly dropping to the floor as I felt a wall go up. "Toilet roll, please," he asked, and for a moment, I didn't think I was going to move. It felt as if I was unable to move. But then I reached across, opened the cupboard, and grabbed a roll. I put it on the counter and simply went back to my emails, not bothering with pleasantries. He thanked me, took the roll, and turned away. I looked up as he walked back to his cell and tried to breathe deep. I remember telling myself something that I'd been taught during my first few weeks on the job. It was a piece of advice an older head had given me, and it now rang true for me. You don't have to like them or hate them, just as long as you give them what they're entitled to, nothing more. In other words, I didn't have to sweet-talk them. I only had to provide them what I was required to and move on. It was good advice, and I repeated the line over in my mind several times. Only what they're entitled to. I noticed that other prisoners also avoided him throughout the day. He ate alone and watched TV in the common area from a seat away from the main crowd. But despite his atrocious crime, none of the other prisoners seemed to take too much offense with it. How else would he be able to continue to walk around the unit untouched and without any sort of retribution? That was one part that surprised me, and I remember looking at the other crooks in the unit, wondering how they could let someone like that walk among them. But my mind about the other prisoners in Yara South was changed a couple of weeks later, when I heard firsthand what the rest of the unit population did to Tran. It happened late one night whilst I was on duty as a patrol officer. One of the units I'd been allocated to watch was Yara South, and someone in the unit had buzzed up about wanting their lights switched off. Their switch seemed to be stuck, and Control asked my offsider and I to investigate. We entered the unit through a side door as we were in the middle of searching Loddon South, situated right next door. The lights were off, and there was a very faint glow, lighting up the unit just enough for us to navigate around the obstacles. The crook cell was on the lower floor, and as we made our way to it, I heard some whispering coming from under several doors. "Why did you kill me, Duke?" came from one. "You hurt my mommy. Why did you hurt my mommy?" came from another. "Baby killer, baby killer," came from somewhere above us, over and over, like a record stuck on its track. They were burning him, relentlessly, and if it was going on like this tonight, then it had been going on since he arrived. Endless nights of getting burnt over a crime. These boys weren't simply letting this prisoner live in their unit. They were ensuring he wouldn't forget his victims whilst in their home. During the next couple of years, I would see Duke Tran around the prison as he went about serving the 22-year sentence that was handed to him. Once, while I was tasked with urine testing, his name appeared on the list of candidates that day, and my offsider and I went to the unit to retrieve him. As soon as we were back in the admissions building and had him locked up in one of the holding cells, I could hear other prisoners that saw him walk in begin to rhythmically burn him from their own cells. It was as if they had all joined some strange choir that was now singing various lyrics in unison. "Burn, you fucking dog," was a common one, but the ones favored by most were spoken in a child's voice. "Why did you kill Jet?" the baby's name. "Why did you kill him? He wants to know why you killed him," they whispered to him. When I checked the camera located inside his cell, I saw Tran sitting on the metal bench with his hands cupped over his ears. The burning continued relentlessly whenever he went outside of his own unit to attend appointments and stuff. The crooks in his unit would take over after lockdown. It must have gone on 24 hours a day, and there was little anyone could do about it. Tran had to ride the train of abuse regardless of how it affected him. Wherever he went, other prisoners would be there as well. He could have been isolated in one of the management units, but the burning would have continued anyway, the prisoners always abusing someone or other. The only way to spare him the abuse was to place him in a unit of his own, and that was never going to happen. For the prison staff, the options to try and deal with that level of manipulation was extremely limited. It was, after all, prison, a place predominantly designed for punishment. The only real person that could make the changes needed for Duke Tran to be able to endure prison life was Duke Tran himself. It was he that needed to adapt to the life he'd chosen for himself through his actions, and he alone. I didn't see Tran for almost a year after that day in admissions, spending most of my time in one of the management units. It was located near the front of the prison, and the few times I did venture further into the rabbit hole kept to places not associated with protection prisoners. Then, in the winter of 2016, I found myself posted to Yara South, and what I saw after unlocking the unit surprised the shit out of me. Not just in one way, but in two. The first was his overall appearance, vastly different to the straight-laced crook I remembered from the previous year. He'd gone from a short, back-and-sides haircut to one resembling a 10-year veteran wino, the ragged strands of his hair reaching beyond his shoulders. His clean-shaven face was now totally hidden behind a full ragged beard that rested on his chest. From a distance, he looked like an Asian Forrest Gump during his Trans-American Marathon run. Although his overall appearance surprised me somewhat, it was the other way that he'd changed that surprised me more. Not only did he have the wino look perfected, but he also looked like a smaller version of The Rock, his muscles now rippling beneath his prison-issued jumper. There was a glint of confidence in his eyes that he'd worked on during his absence from my sight. With his overall appearance now completely changed, his standing within the unit had also been altered, the lonely prisoner now one of its leaders. Whenever he was out of his cell and walking around the unit, a small crowd seemed to follow close behind, like an entourage ready to fulfill his needs. The gym equipment was where he was spending the bulk of his time, and, to my amazement, was also conducting some sort of fitness class. Groups of 4 and 5 prisoners would form a semicircle around him as he would demonstrate an exercise on the gym gear, and then, whilst one of the onlookers began to mirror his lesson, would stand watch like an instructor, ready to correct and assist. I remember one of the officers sitting beside me making a comment, after seeing my expression at seeing Tran for the first time. It must have been obvious, because they knew instantly what had grabbed my attention. Yes, a resident gym instructor. Haven't seen him recently?" Ricky had asked. I was dumbfounded at what I was seeing. "No, not for almost a year. When did this start?" I asked. "After he had his butt kicked by a couple of Asians. I never knew that he'd been attacked at all. But then, it wasn't as if I'd followed Tran's day-to-day life with much interest. I'd occasionally read the daily reports that were emailed to staff, containing a complete list of the previous day's codes and events. The reports were more for staff to keep up with what had been happening with prisoners located in their respective units. It was a perfect way to bring officers back up to speed after being away. Although handover logs existed, they weren't utilized as much as they should be, and thus a lot of officers relied on the daily reports for information regarding incidents around the prison. I hadn't noticed any about Tran and was surprised to learn of his assault. Surprised that I hadn't heard about it, not that it happened, given his reputation and crime. "He was attacked?" I asked, turning to my offsider. "Yeah, quite bad, too. Maybe 8 or so months now," Ricky said, looking at Roger, who was updating the muster sheet. He nodded, not looking up from the computer screen. "Did you see his whiskers?" she asked. I hadn't, shaking my head. "The 3 of them had gone into Tran's cell for what was supposed to be a Bible reading. That's what Tran said, anyway. He'd been sitting out in the chook pen reading his, and the 2 had approached him, asking if he would teach them about Jesus and stuff. They suggested heading back into the cell where the noise wouldn't disturb them." "Had they had dealings previously? Seems odd that they would just walk up and ask for lessons from him," I said, now watching as Tran demonstrated a bench press on the home gym. "Nope. Tran said it was the first time anybody had spoken friendly words to him since he got here, and thought that maybe the animosity had passed. Turns out it hadn't." "How bad was it?" "Bad," Roger said from the computer. "We were both on." "We're still not sure whether others were involved, but at the time of the attack, 2 crooks had a pretty loud altercation out here in the main area. I still believe it was to cover the sounds of the attack happening within the cell. Although we can't prove it, one of the crooks had a stabbing shiv made from a folded piece of tin metal, the other a slasher. Stabbed him 14 times, once in the testicle. The slasher just stood above the other 2 and swiped whenever he could, giving Tran cat whiskers. Have a look next time he's close. Sliced him 3 times across his face, all slices crossing the tip of his nose. Of course, it was the stabbings that did the most damage. One pierced his stomach that left a piece of his intestine hanging out from him. There was so much blood. Fuck, Simon, the cell looked like something out of a horror movie." She was watching Tran with an expression that looked as if she was replaying the scene in her mind. "Once we locked the unit down, the cops spent 4 hours in that cell. It was pretty decent, I'll give him that," Roger added. "I'm surprised he's still alive," Ricky said absently, still watching him. "And yet he's still in the unit?" I asked. "His attackers were transferred out of the unit and eventually out of the prison. The other 2 that we think tried to deflect our attention away are right over there, part of his entourage." I looked back over to them, where Tran was now standing beside another crook, bench pressing what he had moments before. It would appear that the arse-kicking he'd received had given him the emotional charge he needed to put himself into a state of mind that would see him survive within these walls. The officers continued their story, describing how Tran went on a private fitness regime within his cell, not leaving his tiny home unless absolutely necessary. Push-ups, sit-ups, and jumping on the spot were his favorite methods for a couple of months, until the exercises were no longer effective. He ventured out from his cell, already raising a few eyebrows, moving over to the gym equipment inside the unit. A lot of people talked, but Tran also changed his attitude, becoming warm and friendly instead of reserved and withdrawn. It worked for him, others soon seeking his help and companionship, particularly the more vulnerable crooks in the unit. Tran was building up his fan club as well as his muscles, combining them into a new persona with which he hoped to survive his time inside. Life continued for Tran inside Yara South for the next couple of years until he was given the tap on the shoulder and moved out to another maximum security facility. His new prison was notorious for housing some of the country's worst of the worst, and it didn't take long for more hurt to come and find him. The way I heard it was that one of the prison officers had accidentally unlocked a door a little too early as Tran was being transferred through a medical unit for a routine checkup. A couple of outlaw motorcycle gang members recognized who the boner was that was being walked through, and all it took was a split second of misjudgment by an unaware guard. He unlocked the door to the cell holding the two bikies, and they pulled the door open, pushing the guard out of the way and sprinting to the closing airlock. The female officer escorting Tran never stood a chance of stopping what was about to transpire, simply pushing the duress button on a radio and stepping aside as the bikies went to work. They say that Tran put up a decent fight, but one of the bikies had a marker in his fist, the round plastic highlighter acting like a roll of pennies. The footage showed Tran get punched in the face and head more than a dozen times, knocking him unconscious. The pair continued stomping on his head until the specialist team members managed to drag them off. The bikies were already serving life terms, and thus really had nothing to lose by attacking the convicted baby killer. They were heard laughing as they were led away, amused by the blood leaking from Tran's ears. The fractured skull, broken jaw, and lost teeth were just the beginning of the injuries. Tran was rushed to hospital by ambulance and remained in a coma for 6 weeks. The doctors said that the bleeding on the brain would add to his worries, and when he finally awoke, was unable to walk, stand, or even feed himself. He had suffered major brain damage and would remain severely disabled for the rest of his life. The latest I heard was that his lawyers were suing the prison for negligence over the attack, which resulted purely because of the mistake of one officer. As far as I know, that officer was retrained and sent back to work. Tran was transferred to a medium-security jail earlier this year, and there he remains to serve out his remaining years. As far as Tran's family are concerned, they disowned him, refusing to visit him due to his crimes. I don't know whether I will ever see him again, him having no reasons to transfer back to our facility, but I sometimes ask myself, did he get what he deserved? I'll leave that answer for you to decide. Fletcher Livingston. While some prisoners enter the system for crimes that are so shocking they remain in your own memories for years to come, other prisoners come and go for crimes that are so insignificant, yet still ensure you never forget them as long as you live. Not for the pain and heartache they caused on the outside, but for their behavior they choose to exhibit on the inside. Fletcher Livingston is one of those prisoners, in and out of our facility like a regular tourist to a treasured landmark. His most common crimes are a direct result of his bad temper, one that no living soul has been able to harness. His repeated refusals to seek help has seen him assault people, smash their property, and damage cars. In simple terms, Fletcher was angry with the world. But who he was most angry with were the authorities that locked him up. More so, the ones that kept him locked up, people like yours truly. He had a vicious tongue and the attitude that allowed him to swing it around any room without fear of retaliation, especially when it came to us. Respect was not a word he understood. Instead, knowing what he was entitled to and demanding it until he received it. He first made an impression on me during an afternoon stint in admissions a few years ago. He'd come in on some fresh charges, and when he stepped off the bus, already walked like someone who wasn't going to listen. The lead officer had lined all the crooks up before him, ready for identification. When he came to calling out Livingston's name, the crook simply stared at the ground and spat a loogie the size of a large oyster between his feet. When the officer stepped towards him, Livingston simply stared back at him through thick matted hair that looked like it had last been washed when stone-washed jeans were in fashion. Eventually, he was simply walked inside and sat in a holding cell, made to wait until everyone else had been processed. But it didn't faze him, as nothing seemed to. I was on the book that day, and when another officer had finally taken him to a desk opposite me for his induction interview, the answers were not to the questions that were asked of him. His replies consisted of, "Fuck off, maggot," "Go fuck your mother," and the one that brought a grin to my face, "I wouldn't fuck my dog with your dick." He was a real charmer and made sure that every step of whatever process he needed to follow was made as difficult as humanly possible. The times he spent in jail were not so much long stretches as they were repeat stretches. Some of his visits didn't last more than a couple of weeks, while the longest might stretch to 6 months. He was housed in a mainstream unit, more often than not in Thompson East, due to the clientele already residing there. Keeping mostly to himself, the man never ventured far from his cell, except for food and medication. His days were spent watching television, not a book anywhere to be found. His cell stank as much as he did, and during the summer months, the flies that invaded the unit would normally be more abundant around his general area. I had the unfortunate task of searching his cell for contraband one day, and it's an experience I'd rather forget. The process began with a customary strip search, and that was already an uphill battle as his constant abuse flowed like a river of shit from his lips. He didn't wear any underwear, and so the track pants he handed me had shit stains down the inside. I would later find the underwear he did have thrown into a dark corner, feces encrusted on them. I couldn't see any toilet paper in his cell, and couldn't recall him ever coming to the station to ask for some. Once the strip search was complete, he left the cell, still mumbling profanities at us as he went. With gloves firmly in place, my partner and I began to sift through the few possessions he had, the search taking no more than 5 minutes. I wasn't too surprised to find nothing of interest, the crook not the kind to do drugs or to hold them for anyone. He wasn't like other prisoners, not even one to be stood over. But there was one thing Livingston did have that caught the attention of other crooks in the unit: cash. Or money in his spending account, at least. The reason they knew he had funds was because he never spent anything, despite being paid a few bucks a day just for existing. Despite other prisoners trying to stand over him, none succeeded. The man too foul-smelling to remain near for too long. I don't know whether that was how he played the game, but for the most part it worked, none able to remain in his cell for long. Unfortunately for Livingston, there was one other reason why another crook might want to tangle with him. A prisoner by the name of Mario Tedesco was moved into the cell next door to Fletcher's. It didn't take long for the new arrival to begin bitching about the stench that would float into his cell from next door, complaining to officers the very day he arrived. The officers did try and convince Fletcher to give his cell a clean-out, but the abuse told them that he wasn't going to oblige them, the cell remaining as it had throughout his stay. His new neighbor was also a hot-tempered man, and it didn't take long for the conflict to become physical. During one such altercation, Mario had ripped open Fletcher's door, entered his cell, and thrown all his clothing off the top pier, screaming insults as he did. Although he was extremely verbal, Fletcher wasn't a physical kind of prisoner, and thus failed to defend himself. Once the heat had died down, officers tried to talk reason to Fletcher, but he wasn't listening. It may have been his last chance to change his ways, but unwilling to listen, he was now set to pay for his habits. The day that his life changed forever was only a week or so after he had his clothes thrown from his cell. Mario was still pissed at the constant and unrelenting stench that came from the cell, and it was probably that, mixed with his own hot temper, that ended up landing him in the trouble that was about to happen. I wasn't on the day it happened, but I received several people's versions as soon as I returned a couple of days later. They said that the altercation happened as soon as the prisoners were unlocked for the day, Mario making a beeline for Fletcher's cell. Fletcher was halfway out the door already and thus met his attacker in the doorway. A couple of punches were thrown, yelling ensued, and a couple more punches connected. But just as the staff reached the top floor tier to interject, Mario had grabbed Fletcher by the throat and pushed him backwards against the railing. It should have stopped there, but the officers would later say that Mario's face seemed to glow with the heat of his anger. A fiery red blush emblazoned across his cheeks. He continued pushing Fletcher, who was leaning backwards over the handrail. And then, in the blink of an eye, Mario reached down with one hand, lifted the smaller prisoner's leg up, and gave him a final shove. Fletcher hit the floor head first, and the officers all said that they heard a loud crack. Tests and x-rays would later confirm that his spine had snapped on impact. By the time he was discharged directly from his hospital bed a couple of months later, Fletcher Livingston was permanently wheelchair-bound. But his story doesn't end there, as Fletcher always found a way to return like a recurring nightmare. He would come back to our prison many more times, each now made even more painful than before due to his near-complete immobilization. Everything about him was now made all the more difficult, as they needed to accommodate him in his chair. I remember him returning from a day out in court. I'd come in for an afternoon shift, the court's already well and truly gone. I would see them return later that day as each came back from whatever location they'd been taken. Fletcher returned on a bus by himself, the special wheelchair-only ride serving as his own private limo. It didn't do anything to quell his mood, instead releasing the usual fiery and obnoxiously angry crook onto us just before lockdown count. I had the honor of strip-searching him that evening, and the task was not easy. Watching him remove his clothes was painful enough to witness, but the added enjoyment of having insults thrown at me nonstop only further pissed me off, and he knew it. As usual, there was nothing to find, although he did manage to drop a fart when I asked him to separate his dick from his balls, a great hiding spot for pills or razor blades. Once count was called correct, another officer and myself followed him back to his unit, another prisoner from his unit having the honor of pushing the wheelchair. He still didn't let up with the abuse, calling us every name he could think of. Some of the names were quite funny, leaving me wondering whether he came up with them himself. He asked my offsider, Tom, what his previous job was, and when he didn't get an answer, told him he looked perfect for the role of jizz mopper down at the local strip joint. That one got a chuckle from not only myself, but also the guy pushing him. As we reached one of the locked gates, the crook stopped the wheelchair as Tom unlocked the barrier. As the keys were rattling in the gate's lock, I heard a noise from somewhere beside me, and as I looked down, saw a stream of liquid flowing towards my foot. I looked at Fletcher, and he was staring at me with a grin that said, "Eat a dick," his piss still falling to the footpath. The other crook began to laugh hysterically, and the volume of it alerted a nearby unit. Several crooks peered out of their windows and must have seen what had happened, because they began to pound on the glass, whistling and cheering Fletcher on. We rushed the rest of the way back to the unit, keen to get Fletcher into his cell as quickly as humanly possible. It had been a long day, and his antics were making it incredibly longer. Now that he was in a wheelchair, there were certain privileges bestowed on him normally reserved for prisoners who'd either shown good behavior or who'd taken on extra responsibilities within the unit. Fletcher qualified for neither of these, but received the privileges anyway. He was always given a single cell due to his immobilization. He was always given a bottom-tier cell due to his inability to climb stairs. and he was paid at a much higher rate, despite neither volunteering for a job or offering to help in other ways. Nowadays, every time Fletcher returned to prison, regardless of his placement, those three things would be given to him immediately. Because other prisoners weren't eligible for such lavish embellishments, one could understand their reluctance of accepting Fletcher's entitlement to them. In other words, people got pissed. Very pissed. During one of his many returns, I was on duty in Tambo West when Fletcher arrived, on remand for spitting on a policewoman. From memory, it was something like his 60th charge, still way short from some of the high achievers, but a pretty decent number nonetheless. He was wheeled in shortly after lunchtime count had been called correct and looked in a fine mood. At that point in history, Tambo West was being utilized as an induction unit due to its proximity to the admissions area. It wasn't always like that, but in this case, Campaspe was being refurbished. Unit allocations can change, with one being classified a protection unit today and then suddenly a mainstream unit tomorrow. It all depends on the needs of the prison. In this case, there had been a vast increase in the number of remand prisoners, and due to the high turnover of these types of prisoners, the decision was made to bring the induction unit to the front, splitting it into two, due to the sheer volume of crooks coming and going. Both Tambo East and West were both utilized for this purpose. So, there I was, enjoying a nice, quiet shift with a couple of other officers when we get the call that there'd been a late add-on to the incoming transfer list. Before we had a chance to check the details, a mumbling Fletcher Livingston was wheeled through the airlock. My heart sank to the floor when I saw him. The mood amongst the crooks already peaked due to the sheer number of prisoners in the building. The bulk of the cells within the unit had been transformed from single cells to dual cells by adding a second bed above the first. This was a simple process of simply dyno-bolting another bunk to the wall above the first one. A few of them had the unfortunate addition of a third bed added, in the form of a trundle bed, it sitting beneath the bottom bunk. 3 crooks in a cell built for one. It came as no surprise that when Fletcher was wheeled in, a few of the crooks were standing around the station to greet the new arrival. His attitude didn't hold out for long, and before we'd finished our introduction speech, he was already abusing the masses with his trademark insults. But then, as we began to make room in one of the bottom-tier cells, questions began to arise. "Why the fuck does he get a single cell? He just got here," one crook asked in a non-polite kind of tone. You could feel the mood change drastically, and my partners and I looked at each other, aware of what could happen at any moment. We continued to process Fletcher into the unit by pointing out the various rules that were required to read out, as well as organizing his bedding and kitchenwares, all to the constant abuse from him. 2 prisoners needed to be moved out from one of the lower cells, and when we called them up to tell them the happy news, both began their verbal tirade before we finished speaking. But, despite their protests, we had little choice, needing the cell they occupied. They knew that their bitching wasn't going to get them anywhere, and thus eventually began to comply. Once they were removed and the cell was empty, my partner finished explaining the unit rules to Fletcher. I had just carried some fresh bedding into his waiting cell and was returning to the station when one of the crooks who'd been moved came up to me and asked why Fletcher was getting special treatments. "Would you want to live with him, Max?" I asked in return, and he didn't answer. I think it was a pretty valid question, especially considering how I knew how he lived. Another prisoner wouldn't last 24 hours in a cell with Fletcher, given his stench. The wheelchair-bound new arrival picked up his bag of very limited items and placed them on his lap before wheeling himself to his awaiting suite for one. I sat down in one of the chairs and was preparing to update the muster on the computer when I heard a roar of laughter from above the station. I just had time to look up before watching the inevitable. One of the crooks who'd been moved out of his cell had run up behind Fletcher carrying a milk container. I had just enough time to focus my eyes on where Fletcher had stopped, himself pausing to see what the uproar was about. The crook came up behind him and upended his milk container, a thick and pasty liquid hitting the top of Fletcher's head and running down his face. The crook had pissed and shit into the container and taken the time to stir them together, forming what can only be described as something resembling wet cement. He'd been in the unit for less than 20 minutes and already managed to get himself shit-bombed. It proved to be a sign of things to come. The unit population not one to put up with bullshit. These were mostly new prisoners and young as well. Consequences a word not many of them fully understanding. They did a lot of things purely for the glory of attention from their peers, the repercussions of their actions not something they considered. We called the code and proceeded to lock the unit down. The smell was so bad that a couple of the crooks, as well as one of my offsiders, began to gag, threatening to let go of their lunch. The funny thing was that the crook who tipped the shit over Fletcher was also the floor billet. It was his floor the mess was made on, and it was his job to clean it up. Of course, he refused and was subsequently sacked from his job, as well as moved out of the unit completely. But, as we already know, getting removed from the unit and taken to Murray North for punishment means he now gets to enjoy a single cell with all the trimmings that come with it. He would have his meals served to his door, as well as have his laundry done for him, while he gets to enjoy his own private movie channel. The shit bomb dumped on Fletcher's head was just one of many that he would endure during his time here. He would also have shit bombs sprayed under his cell door, coating everything in his room. The crooks would burn him through the night, depending on what mood they were in. They would let the wheels on his wheelchair down, sometimes slashing them with razor blades. His food would be spat on, his laundry soaked in piss, and whenever he left his cell, his items stolen. And throughout it all, Fletcher would continue to abuse anyone who came within earshot of him. He just didn't care. He was angry, opinionated about everything, and prone to disagree with whatever was asked of him. But, in the end, there's always someone that gets the final laugh, despite of how things played out. Fletcher Livingston sued the correctional facility for failing to provide a safe environment, negligence, as well as pain and suffering. He was awarded a 7-figure payout by the courts, the actual sum undisclosed. Rumor has it that the number was closer to 8 figures. The man had suffered a catastrophic injury during one of his stints in jail and was awarded a huge sum because of it. Did he deserve it? I don't know. That, as everything else, I'll leave up to you to decide. But that wasn't the last time Fletcher came to jail. He's been back in prison several times since receiving his payout, the money clearly not changing his outlook on life. Most of his charges still stem directly from his propensity for abuse and violence, despite him being unable to walk. Before his payout, Fletcher's family, the few that he had, never visited him during his incarcerations. After his payout, they would often attend. I heard that he'd lost a substantial amount on gambling, booze, and prostitutes. The news not really surprising me. It was the way he'd chosen to live his life, now funded by his impairment, funds paid for by you and I. A thank you from Simon. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your continued support for this relatively new author. In the 3 years since the very first Prison Days came to be published, I feel that I've come so far in such a short amount of time. When I go back through each of the books, I can see how my own writing has improved along the way. And while I could have gone back and edited them, I realize that the journey through the books is as much a journey through my author career. As I sit here today, I am still busy with working my way through the current Prison Days book, Screwed. Whatever I seem to do these days, Prison Days is never far away. Since that very first day of stepping behind the walls, my life has changed in so many ways that it's difficult to remember the man I was before then. I guess for many of us, a lot of changes come about when COVID hit, particularly more so in recent weeks. The world feels so different than it did just a year ago, and for me, it still feels surreal that during just 3 short years, I've released so many books for you, the reader. Prison Days would not be where it is today without your contribution, and for that, I'm forever grateful. You helped me achieve my dreams in a way I never thought possible. I hope you enjoy this edition, which I've tried to fill with as much as I could find. There are many more projects on my horizon, and I really hope that you will come along for the ride. And if you ever happen to find me live on Facebook, TikTok, or whichever social platform I'm on at the time, please drop in and say hi, and let me thank you for your support in person. For now, I turn back to my current work in progress and continue to try and make that book a fitting end to the series which began it all. Till next time, thank you, and I hope we can meet again in future pages. Yours, Simon King, September 1st, 2021. Hi, this is Todd Waites. We hope you've enjoyed our production of Prison Days, Inmates, written by Simon King, narrated by Todd Waites, a Twin Tales Publishing production. Copyright 2019 by Simon King. Production copyright 2022 by Simon King.